So great start there by Fraser. It's in the middle now, it's Katie Oliver going well. Also to the side of her is Emily Butcher, but it will be Oliver just cruising away through. The top three will get through here. Emily Butcher, Oliver, and also Molly Fraser. So top two, in each heat to progress through, and the next two best times. That is our progression in the under-17 women's 100 metres. Just a reminder that all results will be coming through to AV Results Hub, so live results will be coming through shortly after the completion of each event. And if you can't stay here for the entirety of the weekend, live streaming will be on right the way through. So make sure you follow the links from Athletics Victoria to the live stream coverage brought to you by Athletics Exclusive. So results coming through now on the scoreboard as well. So Oliver taking that one out, 12.64, 12.95 for Butcher. Fraser will have to wait on times now. 12.99 is the time for her in that first of the three heats of the under-17s. Far into the track now, we go to heat number 2. And once again, 7 starters here. Neve O'Callaghan from Oldsavarians in lane 1. Olivia Sheens, Box Hill in lane 2. Isabella Hollins from Glen Huntly in 3. Grace Kelly, Ballarat Harriers, is in lane 4. Grace Carter from Athletics Southwest in 5. In 6, Alana Hoffman from Diamond Valley. And in lane 7 from Knox, it's Zoe Palmer. So Kelly away very nicely there to the inside of her. Holland's going well, and just the outside is Carter. But Grace Kelly's just going to turn the afterburners off shortly. She's got this well in the bag. To the outside of her will be Carter getting the auto qualifier. Isabella Hollins from Glen Huntly. She'll have to wait on times, but Grace Kelly, clear win there. Heat 2 of 3, women's under-17s. Over at the far end in the D, we have got the women's under-20 high jump competition underway. We've got 5 starters in that. Polly Dean Johns from Glen Huntly, Kaylee Mangian from Athletics Essendon, Noah Keno from Glen Huntly, Alana Chapman Box Hill, and Mackenzie Wood from Essendon. So 5 starters in the women's under-20 high jump. So 12.34 there for Kelly. Oliver, 12.64, and Carter, once again, we'll have to wait on times, but the 12.85 currently is a good time, possibly getting her through. So heat number 3, getting ready to line up. Also, another one of our 6 p.m. field events is the under-17 women's shot put. We've got Tegan Zurwell from Chilwell, Sophie Wilcox, Sandringham, Alex Simons from Frankston, also Alejandro Ortega Aguila from Wyndham, Takira Cooper, Albury, Abby Bolmat from Sandringham, Neva Callaghan, Oldsavarians, Isabella Hollins from Glen Huntly, and Tash Petrevsky from Coburg Harriers. So 8 starters, heat 3 of 3, top 2 to go through, next 2 best times for the under-17 women's 100 metres. In lane 1 from Western Athletics, Nicole Wong. Lane 2 from Western Athletics, Amber Shield. In 3 from Frankston, Hayley Meddings. Lane 4 from Geelong Guild, Ida Laity. In 5 from Albury Athletics, it's Ashley Carty. In 6 from Deakin, it's Indy Elliott. Lane 7 from Western Athletics, Ruth Ong. And in lane 8, also Western Athletics, Summer Harris. So 8 starters in the third of 3 heats of the women's under-17 100.
On your mark.
So good start there. I think that was Indy Elliott off to a good one. Also Carty going along nicely now. It's Lady starting to really hit her straps. I think Lady will take that auto qualifier alongside Carty, and that means Indy Elliott will have to wait on times. So good win there by the Lady from Geelong Guild. The third of our 3 under-17 women's 100s.
Back now, event number 2 is our men's under 18 100 metres. Heat 1 of 4. Top 3 in each heat, plus the next 4 fastest times going through. In lane number 1, James Hurley of Diamond Valley. In lane number 2, Anthony Jordan of Doncaster. In lane number 3, Cameron Smith of Eaglehawk. Lane number 4, Ryan Hovey of Ballarat Harriers. In lane number 5, Jordan Drescher of Glen Huntly. In lane number 6, Paddy Colgan of Frankston. In number 7, Henry Zoo of Athletics Nunawading. In lane number 8, Nicholas Smurden of Casey Cardinia. And out in lane number 9 is Shay Eastwood of Geelong Guild.
Just a slight delay with the start of this under 18 event. Trying to locate an additional runner for lane 9. Hopefully they'll be here quite soon.
So we're away in heat 1 of the men's under 18 100 metres. It's going to be Drescher in the middle. Old Colgan unfortunately out there. So Colgan on the outside now. He's going to start to get on the shoulder there of our Glen Huntly athlete in Drescher. So Drescher's going to take it out. Paddy Colgan, unfortunately, Ryan Hovey will limp his way down the track as the rest of the field now comes through for heat number 1 of 4 in the men's under 18 100 metres. So our first heat of the men's under 18 100 metres has been completed. Heat number 2 of 4 currently on the line at the top of this 100 metre straight in lane number 1. Lester Long of Glen Huntly in lane number 2. Heath Fulton of Sandringham. In lane number 3, Sebastian Beck of Box Hill. In lane number 4, Matthew Parrott of Doncaster. In lane number 5, Xander Byrne of Western Athletics. In lane number 6, Alec Timmins of Melbourne University. In lane number 7, Jack Ramsey of Williamstown. And out in lane number 8, Lucas Knight of Box Hill. And we're off to a fly here, and it is all weird. I have a quick false start. These men will make their way back to the start line so you can get a cleaner start the second time around. So away cleanly here the second time round. It is going to be Timmins on the outside of Melbourne University to a flyer. Beck on the inside of him. So it's still going to be Timmins leading out. Parrott through the middle. Parrott, Beck, Timmins. They're going to finish very close. It's going to be Timmins. And then Parrott and Beck following the 1, 2, 3 there. So away cleanly. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Xander Byrne run here in the second of 4 heats in the men's under 18 100 metres. Top 3 in the next 4 fastest times will be going through to the next round.
And just turning our attention back to the field, and the under-14 men's triple jump is about to get underway. We've got 5 starters: Harrison Carty from Albury Athletics, Mitchell Carney from Sandringham, Harrison Dolman, Box Hill, Jack Abruzzese from Shepparton, and also Brandon Svetinovsky from Keolis and Bernard. So 5 starters in the men's under-14 triple.
Well, a very warm welcome to you to the Victorian Track Field Championships. We're out on the field. What a glorious evening this Friday. It's the 130th anniversary of the Track and Field Championships. A number of events out in the field at the moment. The under 20 high jump in the women's category. But we're just also finalising round one of the under 17 women's shot put. And after round one, we have a clear leader in Sophie Wilcock with a throw of 11.97. So Sophie leads the way in the under 17 women's shot put. And we will give you updates as we progress through the evening. So once again, we do have the high jump under 20 women, the shot put under 17 women at the moment, the under 14 men's triple jump, and we'll shortly get underway in the under 17 men's, under 18 men's hammer throw at 6:30.
Thank you for that, Ross. So on the track now, we do have heat 3 of 4 in our men's under 18 100 metres. In lane number 1 is Sajidan Haidier of Keilor St Bernard's. In lane number 2, Flynn Cocking of Athletics Nunawading. In lane number 3, Givash Pillay of Box Hill. In lane number 4, Franklin Aniwa Jarfoy of Western Athletics. In lane number 5, Connor McDonald of Box Hill. In lane number 6, Charles Lowrens of Diamond Valley. In lane number 7, Joel Stapleton of Frankston. In lane number 8 is Brian Santoso of Athletics Nunawading.
On your marks. Set.
So a quick start there on the outside was coming from Santoso, but quickly to make up the stagger is Niwa Jarfoy. So Niwa Jarfoy starts to put the afterburners on and blow this field away. On the inside of him is going to be Cocking, but Niwa Jarfoy turns it off in this, the third of 4 in the men's under 18 100 metres. Niwa Jarfoy ahead of Cocking out of lane number 2. The rest will be waiting on times. We wait and see who came through for third in that third heat. Niwa Jarfoy, one of 2 men in this field under that elusive 11-second mark. And he will go straight through to the next round as we now wait for heat number 4 of 4 of the men's under 18 100.
Just another reminder to athletes arriving at the track, the check-in area is actually at the top of the main grandstand, so all athletes check in at the top of the main grandstand.
So on the track now behind their blocks is our 4th and final heat here for the men's under 18 100 metres. In lane number 1 is Razak Baba of Keilor St Bernard's. In lane number 2, Samuel Abalencia of Diamond Valley. In lane number 3, Jeremy Nee of Western Athletics. In lane number 4, Patrick Poulter of Geelong Guild. In lane number 5, Lachlan Mariner of Glen Huntly. In lane number 6, Vixen Jackley of Diamond Valley. In lane number 7, Tyler Dessar of Glen Huntly. And in lane number 8, William Merrick of Casey Cardinia.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away cleanly here in the Class A leader field. In Poulter is going to be the one to move away. Just on his outside there is going to be Mariner, and on the inside is Knee, but it is going to be all Patrick Poulter, who starts to take his foot off the pedal now, so he's going to get there. On the inside of him is going to be Jeremy Knee. On the outside, Lachlan Mariner. And those three will be going through to the next round. Again, we will be waiting on the 4 next fastest times to figure out who will be through to the next round of the men's under 18 100 metres.
Big thank you to the clubs that have provided their club helpers. Obviously the evening will not proceed if we don't have the bodies out in the field to make sure that we've got all events covered. But we do still require a number of clubs to have their club helpers check in. They are the Glen Huntly, Knox, Mornington Peninsula, Old Scotch and Sandringham. So we require 1 club helper each from those clubs: Glen Huntly, Knox, Mornington Peninsula, Old Scotch and Sandringham. Next field event to take place will be the men's under 17 hammer throw, combined with the under 18, 6:30 p.m. start there. In the under 17s, we've got Steve Elshaw Baggy from Mentone, also Logan Sandland from Albury. In the under 18s, we've got Grady Morant from Ballerine, Shay Eastwood, Geelong Guild, Kevin Healy, Athletics Essendon, Darcy Giddings, Corio, Ben Locke, Eureka, and Michael Reginald from Athletics Waverley. Time now for the first of 3 heats, the Women's Open 100 metre Championship. In lane 1 from Melbourne University, Akshaya Iyer. In lane 2 from Geelong Guild, Sarah Riddell. In 3 from Collingwood Harriers, it's Sam Geddes. In 4, we welcome back to Lakeside the Victorian record holder for best of 11:16, Tokyo Olympian Hannah Bassick. In 5 from a Deakin, Mia Gross. In 6 from Western Athletics, Sumaya Bayal. And in 7 from Box Hill, Becky Lim. So 7 starters in the first of 3 preliminary heats of the Women's Open 100 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So clean start there, Gross off to a good start, Bassick now starting to find her feet, Geddes also going nicely in the Collingwood uniform, so it's Gross and Bassick just in front, but I think Gross will take this, Bassick will settle for second, Geddes a close third there, wind reading 0.6 headwind, so nice running there, we'll wait on time, but Mia Gross takes heat 1 of the Women's Open 200, top 2 to go through and the next 2 best times. Heat 2 of 3 women's 100 metres. In lane 1, representing Melbourne University, Alyssa Neal. In 2, from Geelong Guild, Alexandra Tarr. In 3, representing Ringwood, Danielle Shaw. In lane 4, from Morning Peninsula, reigning Victorian 100-yard champion, Ebony Lane. In 5, from Morning Peninsula, Sophia Figuera. In 6, from Melbourne University, Cassandra Wang Lecoteur. In 7, from Glen Huntley, Julia Phillips. And in lane 8, from Preston, Aris Patsouris.
On your marks. Set.
So wait for the recall on that one. So remember, top 2 to go through, next 2 fastest times. So we wait for the restart of Heat 2. The Heat 1 times are up there. Mia Gross 11.82, 11.87 for Bassick, and Geddes 11.97.
Lane 6, unsteady.
So just an unsteady there. We will restart with the full field.
On your marks. Set.
So nice start there from Lane. Just to the inside of her is Shaw, moving beautifully as well, and the outside Figuera is starting to get a move on. Figuera coming right over the top here, so Sophia Figuera will take it. 1-2 for Mornington Peninsula. Lane will take that auto qualifier. Danielle Shaw will have to wait on times. So minus 1.2 wind in that one, so slightly stronger headwind down the main straight here at Lakeside Stadium, but Emily Lane taking out Heat 2 of 3, the women's open 100 metres. So before we go to the next heat of the women's 100. Let's go to the presentations for the women's under 20 high jump. In third position, receiving the bronze medal with a clearance of 150 from Athletics Essendon, it's Mackenzie Wood. Our silver medalist with a best clearance of 1.6 is representing Glen Huntley. It's Noah Kira. And our gold medalist and new Victorian champion with a best height of 163, also from Glen Huntley, Polly Dean Johns. So congratulations there to our 3 young ladies in the under 20 women's high jump. Heat 3 of 3, women's open 100 metres. We have 8 starters. Lane 1 from Eagle Hawk, Laura Cadry. In 2 from Collingwood Harriers, Shauna Herbst. In 3 from Queensland, we welcome Connie Murray. In lane 4 from Western Australia, we welcome Taylor Cruttenden. In 5 from Athletics Essendon, Alana Grandine. In 6 from Frankston, Lucy Romanov. In 7 from Diamond Valley, Keely Boyne. And in lane 8 from Geelong Guild, Michaela Michaels.
On your marks.
So cleanly away here, good start there from Murray. Now Cruttenden's really starting to get a move onto the inside of her the outside is Grandine, but Cruttenden's now clearing away. Grandine will take the auto spot. To the inside there, Murray will take next spot. Now on the outside there, Keely Boyne, but Taylor Cruttenden from Western Australia. Really nice run. Alana Grandine also qualifying through to the next heat automatically. So with the Open Women's 100, the semis have been cancelled and the final will be at final time tomorrow.
Back now, we do have our first of 4 prelims in the men's open 100 metres. In lane number 1, Sammy Lutui of Athletics Nunawading. In lane number 2, Zachary Hankinson of Diamond Valley. In lane number 3, Mason Spikers of Geelong Guild. In lane number 4, Daruv Rodriguez Chico of Sandringham. In lane number 5, Jesse McKenna of Glen Huntley. In lane number 6, Paul Parker of Wyndham Track and Field. And in lane number 7, Christian Painter of Geelong Guild.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away in Heat 1. It is going to be McKenna on the outside of Rodriguez Chico as he starts to now get into his stride down this home straight. So Rodriguez Chico on the outside of him is going to be McKenna, but Rodriguez Chico takes it. McKenna in second. Mason Spikers is going to go for third. So they will be your first three through to the next round. As the rest of the field will now wait to see whether they are a part of those next four fastest times. And heat number 1 of 4 of the men's open 100 metres.
So the consolidated results from the women's opens are now up on the scoreboard. Sophia Figuera, 11.76, posting the fastest time in the heats.
Nothing less than 10,000. Agent? Yeah. Player agent? Yeah. Nothing out of best less than 10,000 a day. Oh my God. I've got to do it like Friday, but I can't afford that.
So heat 1 of the men's up on the board now too. Defending champion Drew Rodriguez Chico from Sandringham, 10.78 leading the way, 10.97 for McKenna, and Spikers 11.12.
So behind the blocks now is heat number 2 of 4 in the men's open 100 metres. In lane number 1, Craig Fairburn of Knox Athletics Club. In lane number 2, Tom Tanojevic of Sandringham Athletics Club. In lane number 3, Sam Clark of Sandringham. In lane number 4, Jackson Bennett of St Kevin's. In lane number 5, Liam Mullen of Athletics Chilwell. In lane number 6, Luke Baker of Dandenong Springvale. And in lane number 7, Amiru Chandarasina of Casey Cardinia.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away cleanly now, and through the inside was Jackson Bennett, fast out of the blocks. On the outside of him is going to be Liam Mullen, but it is all Jackson Bennett on the inside there for St Kevin's. He's going to take it off now. Just on the outside there at the dip was Liam Mullen. Luke Baker of Dandenong Springvale will go through for third, and that will be your automatic 3 through to the next round out of heat number 2 of 4 in the men's open 100 metres.
Let's go back to the infield for our next presentation, which is the women's under-17 shot put. In third place, our bronze medalist with a best of 10.15 metres, representing Glen Huntly, it is Isabella Hollins. Our silver medalist with a best of 11.52, representing Frankston, it's Ali Simmons. And our gold medalist and new Victorian champion with a best of 11.97 metres, representing Sandringham, Sophie Wilcock. So congratulations to Isabella, Ali and Sophie, our medalists there in the women's under-17 shot put.
So on the board, we do have our results up there, compiling heat number 1 and heat number 2. So you do see Rodriguez Chico still our fastest male through the first 2 rounds. But on the track now, we do have heat number 3 of 4 of the men's open 100 metres. Out at lane number 1, Sashinta Senarath of Athletics Nunawading. In lane number 2, Josh Stein-Ross of Glen Huntly. In lane number 3, Nick Shen of Athletics Nunawading. In lane number 4, Michael Hansford of Casey Cardinia. In lane number 5, Braden Patelli of Western Athletics. In lane number 6, Spencer Brown of Collingwood Harriers. And in lane number 7, Liam Schreck of Box Hill Athletics Club.
On your marks. Set.
So away cleanly in heat number 3, it's going to be Hansford on the inside. That's the best to start. On the outside of him is Patelli, but it is Hansen in the middle. He's looking incredibly comfortable. He just switches off now. So Hansford, Patelli and Shen are going to be the 3 on the outside with Spencer Brown in 4th. But those first 3 men are going to be the 3 automatically through for heat number 3 of 4 in the men's open 100 metres. Hansford, Shen and Patelli.
Continuing on with our presentations, it is now the men's under-14 triple jump. Our bronze medalist in third position with a best of 9.82 metres, representing Sandringham, Mitchell Carney. Our silver medalist with a best of 10.14 metres, representing Shepparton Athletics, it's Jack Abrazizi. And our new Victorian champion and gold medalist with a best of 10.81 metres, representing the Box Hill Athletic Club, Harrison Dolman. So congratulations to Mitchell, Jack and Harrison, our medalists there in the men's under-14 triple jump.
So on the track now, we do have our final heat of the men's open 100 metres, number 4 of 4. How time flies. In lane number 1, Michael Little of Geelong Guild. In lane number 2, Daniel Riscatelli of Athletics Essendon. In lane number 3, Kai Mason of Eaglehawk. In lane number 4, Jacob Cesar of Corio. In lane number 5, Corey Baker of Frankston. In lane number 6, Chris V of Athletics Essendon. And rounding it out in lane number 7 is Tom Young of Athletics Essendon. Those are all 7 starters here in heat number 4 of 4 of the men's open 100 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away cleanly to round it out here. It's going to be Corey Baker on the outside from Frankston with the best start, and he's going to push on with it now. So it is all going to be Corey Baker. On the inside of him is Jacob Cesar and Kai Mason. But it is Corey Baker of Frankston who takes out the 4th and final heat of this men's open 100 metres. On the inside of him was Jacob Cesar, and on the inside of him again was Kai Mason. So those will be the 3 to go through to the next round, and we'll wait on the next 4 fastest times outside of those top 3 in the men's open 100 metres.
Thanks, Pam. Sorry? Go down the lane, start to drop off. Guys. Yeah, grab one, right?
So track action now, about to go to the 400 metre events. So could we please ensure that the total track area is clear? And once again, if you are arriving at the venue, just to remember that the check-in area is actually the top deck of the main grandstand. So athlete check-in, proceed to the top of the main grandstand. So let's introduce the field to the men's under 18 400 metres, heat 1 of 3. Top 2 times to proceed through with the next 2 best, top 2 in each heat, plus the next 2 best times will proceed through. In lane 1, from Casey Cadinia, Marley Brochard. Lane 2, from Diamond Valley, Saxon Hawkins. In 3, from Glen Huntly, Luke Goff. In lane 4, from Wellington, it's Finn Staple. Lane 5 from Ballerine Athletics, Ryan Costin. In 6 from Old Scotch, Alex Shear Jones. And in 7 from Western Athletics, Jacob Baker Mayer. So 7 starters, heat 1 of 3, men's under 18 400.
On your marks. Set.
So good start there from Costin in the Ballerine colours. Just behind him is Finn Staple, one of the top seeds. So top 2 to go through automatically. Staple and Costin currently in those positions. Just dropping back a little bit there to Luke Goff in the Glen Huntly colours. But approaching the 200 metre mark, fairly clear the leaders. Finn Staple has now taken the stagger over Costin, so moving beautifully through that first 200. So Staple, Costin, Goff in that order. To the outside there, Shears Jones from Old Scotch. On the inside from Diamond Valley is Hawkins. But coming into the home straight now, Staple just easing off a little bit. Goff coming at him. Costin just tiring a little bit. Top 2 will go through. It looks like that might be Staple and also Goff. Costin will have to wait on times. So Finn Staple takes it. 51.19 unofficial. Shears Jones also through now. And then Hawkins, Brochard and also Baker Mayer. Heat 2 of 3, men's under 18 400 metres. We have 7 starters. In lane 1 from Box Hill Athletic Club, Lucas Knight. Lane 2 from St Kevin's, Noah Seawack. In 3 from Frankston, it's Samuel Alvey. Lane 4 from Western Athletics, Xander Byrne. In 5 from St Kevin's, James Kerr. In 6 from Keolis St Bernard's, Sajidane Haider. And in 7 from Maccabi, Jordan Levi. So 7 starters in the men's under 18 400 metres, Heat 2.
On your marks. Set.
So good start there from Byrne. The Western Athletics colours. Also to the outside of him, James Kerr off to a flying start and starting to move away. Samuel Alvey from Frankston also now starting to take the stagger on Byrne. So as they settle, James Kerr, also the Frankston runner there in Alvey looking the goods. Top 2 to go through automatically. Through the 200 metre mark now, and we're starting to see Xander Byrne start to get a little bit of a wriggle on because he knows that he's got Alvey just to the side of him. Into the home straight now. Kerr's gone out flying. He's starting to come back into the pack a little bit now as we see Byrne starting to wind up, but it is Alvey also going at him. So Kerr's still leading. This is going to be a close one for those top 2 spots, and I think it will be Kerr and also Byrne. They will take the spots. Alvey's just got to keep pushing on. It's going to go through on time. So 50.79. Next one through there was the Seawack from St Kevin's. Slightly quicker than Heat 1. And that is heat number 2 of the men's under 18 400. As we await the next heat in the 400s, just introducing the field in the women's under 18 shot put. Elise Keegan from Athletics Nunawading, also Bianca Brown from Diamond Valley, and Emily Parfitt from Geelong Guild. So there are our 3 competitors in the under 18 women's shot put, which has commenced. Heat 3 of 3, men's under 18 400 metres. 7 starters. William Merrick from Casey Cardinia in 1. Jack Weirlo Corayo is in 2. In lane 3, Cameron Smith from Eagle Hawk. Lane 4, Peter Holland from Doncaster. From Sandringham, we have Tom O'Rourke in lane 5. Joshua Payne in lane 6, representing Ballerine. And from Frankston, Joel Stapleton is in lane 7. So 7 starters, heat 3 of 3, men's under 18 400.
On your marks. Stand up, please. On your marks. Set.
Good start from the Eagle Hawk runner there in Smith, but it's Holland also the Sandringham runner there, and O'Rourke really flying around that first bend. So O'Rourke going nicely. Holland starting to do the chase, leaving Smith also on the stagger, but Weirlow now starting to take a little bit of distance off him. So good start there from Tom O'Rourke from Sandringham going through the 200. Peter Holland now starting to get a little bit of, bring that gap in slightly, but O'Rourke still leads as they come through. The Ballerine runner there, Joshua Payne, also in the mix as they come around. So it is O'Rourke leading Holland. Payne now in that third position and challenging. As we see Holland just taking step by step a little bit of gap out of O'Rourke, but it's not been, we'll run out of room here because O'Rourke will take this. Holland will auto-qualify as well. Payne will have to wait on time, and then Smith and also Stapleton coming through there, followed by Weirlow. And also Merrick. So nice win there, Tom O'Rourke from Sandringham. Also Peter Holland auto-qualifying in the men's under 18 400.
Just a quick update now on the field and the throws. The under-18 women's shot put after the third round. Elise Keegan, and a personal best performance at 13-14 leads the throw of Hammer, performance of 61-26. On his third attempt is Kevin Healy of Athletics Essendon. So that's an update in the throws. We'll head across to the jumps and give you an update out in the field shortly.
So let's introduce the field in the women's under 14 triple, which is about to commence on the Albert Road side of the track. So we have Heidi Duncan from Athletics Essendon, Madison Kerr from St Kevin's, Caitlin Orchard Wendouree, Jocelyn Kerr from St Kevin's, Adele Roach from Glen Huntly, Ishara Ross from Box Hill, Renee Ford Shepparton, Jasmine Durrett from Box Hill, Caitlin Walker Athletics Essendon, and Summer Jenkins from Ballarat Harriers. They are the starters in the women's under 14 triple jump. So consolidated results there from the men's under 18 400s. Byrne from Western Athletics 50-75, O'Rourke Sandringham 50-87, Finn Staple Wellington 51-16. They're the top three going into the next round.
So on the track now, we do have our first of four prelims in the men's under 2,400 metres. The top three in each heat will be going through, plus the next four fastest times. In lane number one, Athletics Essendon's Zachary Hizaji. In lane number two, Kelvin Peters of Albury. In lane number three, Angus McKinlay of Eaglehawk. In lane number four, Thomas Reynolds of Doncaster. In lane number five, Hugo Hannock of Old Melburnians. In lane number six, Joshua Tram of Collingwood. And rounding it out in lane number seven is Sky Robertson of Athletics Essendon. These are all seven starters in heat number 1 of 4 in the men's under 20, 400 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So a nice clean start here in heat number 1 of 4 of the men's under 20 400 metres as they make their way around the stagger. On the outside there is Hugo Hannock of Old Melburnians, looking strong. Coming down the back straight on the inside of him is Thomas Reynolds. As the rest of this field now starts to make their way around, Joshua Tram in those Collingwood colours looking good through the first 200. So we have about 22 seconds on the clock now. It's Hugo Hannock on the inside of him, Thomas Reynolds. As they start to make their way around 150 metres to go. This is where the slingshot starts to come into effect. And now starts to move Thomas Reynolds of Doncaster. So the man in yellow through the middle starts to push away a little bit. Hannock on the outside of him. On the inside making a move is Angus McKinlay. So McKinlay now just comes by 2 of them. Took a look to his right and a left, and McKinlay goes right on past. So Angus McKinlay is going to win this one. Thomas Reynolds followed by Hugo Hannock, Joshua Tram on the inside there, Kelvin Peters. Here comes Zachary Hizani, and rounding it out there, Sky Robinson of Athletics Essendon. But it was Angus McKinlay, Thomas Reynolds and Hugo Hannock take those 3 spots to go through to the next round in heat number 1 of 4 in the men's under 20 400 metres. So on the track now is heat number 2 of 4 in the men's under 20 400 metres. In lane number 1 out of Athletics Nunawading, Melvin Submarinium. I apologise if I've got that wrong. In lane number 2 out of Ivanhoe Areas is going to be Jack Harper. In number 3, Isaac Rosado of Eureka. In lane number 4 from St Kevin's, Gus Simpfendorfer. In lane number 5 from Glen Huntly, Seb Hadaway. In lane number 6 from Ringwood, Ethan Harris. And rounding it out in lane number 7 is going to be Billy Griffin of Athletics Chilwell. Those are all 7 starters in heat number 2 of 4 in the under 20 400.
On your marks. Set.
So we are away cleanly here in heat number 2 of 4 in the under 20 400 as they make their way around this first bend. It is going to be Seb Hadaway of Glen Huntly with a flying start. On the inside of him is Gus Simpfendorfer of St Kevin. So watch out for these colours in the middle. It is going to be Seb Hadaway through the first 200, who is looking smooth as he makes his way around. So the rest of this field will try and pick up the stagger in heat number 2 of 4, but it is all Seb Hadaway. On the inside of him now starts to move a little bit as Simpfendorfer. So watch the man in the yellow, turns his head a little bit to see who's around. Hadaway's had it his own way the entire race. Down to the final 80 metres, it is Hadaway pulling away. Simpfendorfer looks around to see what he has to do, and on the outside of him is Ethan Harris. So it is going to be Seb Hadaway who takes it out quite comfortably from Simpfendorfer. And on the outside of him, Ethan Harris. Isaac Rosado moving through for 4th there. But it was all Seb Hadaway And he will get through as part of that top 3 automatic, and we're waiting for the next 4 fastest times over the spread of these 4 heats. Heat number 2 completed here in the men's under 2,400 metres.
So our next presentation on the infield, it will be for the under-18 women's shot put competition. Our bronze medalist with a best of a 10.01, representing Diamond Valley, Bianca Brown. In second place, taking the silver medal with a best put of 11.77 metres, representing Geelong Guild, Emily Parfitt. And our Victorian champion with a best put of 13.14 metres, representing Athletics Nunawading, Elise Keegan. So congratulations to Bianca, Emily and Elise, our medalists there in the under-18 women's shot put.
So on the track now is heat number 3 of 4 in this men's under 2,400. In lane number 1, Patrick Stewart of Athletics Essendon. In lane number 2, Noah Wright of the Yarra Rangers. In lane number 3, Lachlan Falconer-Bogue of Box Hill. In lane number 4, Jack Bolton of Albury Athletics. In lane number 5, Michael Dinnan of St Kevin's. In lane number 6, Joachim Bowler of Doncaster. And rounding it out in lane number 7, also from Doncaster, is Alex Jones. These are all 7 starters in heat number 3 of 4 in the men's under 2,400 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So a third clean start here in the men's under 2,400 metres. The man to watch is Jack Bolton of Albury through the middle, and it's not hard to miss him when he goes out like this. So through the first 100 metres, it is going to be Bolton who's made up the entirety of this field in the first 150, and the rest of the field will try and latch onto him on the inside, or the outside of him, I should say, is Michael Dinnan of St Kevin's. But through the first 200 metres, it's all a race for Jack Bolton. So Bolton starts to move away a little bit. I won't be cliche and say he bolts away, but I've said it now. So Bolton, 130 metres to go in this heat number 3 of 4, and it is a race for him. We'll be looking for the next 2 fastest times to make it through, but it is Jack Bolton. On the inside of him coming through is Falconer-Bogue, and on the outside is Michael Dinnan, but Bolton has a 10-metre gap. He'll try and maintain it, switches the legs off now. It's going to be a battle here for that 3rd place, and coming over the top there in second is going to be Falconer-Bogue, and finding his legs was Joachim Bowler. Comes over the top of Michael Dinnan to claim that 3rd automatic spot. So that is all the runners through in heat number 3 of 4 in the men's under 2,400 metres.
Let's go to our next presentation, and it is for the men's under-17 hammer throw championship. Our silver medalist with a best of 37.36 metres, representing the Mentone Athletic Club, it's Seif El-Shawbaghi. And our Victorian champion with a best of 63.35 metres, representing Albury Athletics, Logan Sandland. So congratulations to Seif and Logan, our medalists there in the men's under-17 hammer throw.
So on the track here now is our fourth and final prelim of this men's under 20 400 metres. In lane number 1, Tristan Corkbrenner of Box Hill Athletics. In lane number 2, Matt Dinnan of St Kevin's. In lane number 3, Thomas Byrne of Mentone. In lane number 4, Jack Clark of Diamond Valley. In number 5, Brody Hicks of Athletics Essendon. In lane number 6, Eugene Reed Spinks of Windaree. In lane number 7, Joseph Anderson of Collingwood Harriers. And out in lane number 8 is Jake Jenkins of Geelong Guild. This is all 8 competitors in heat number 4 of 4 in the men's under 20 400 metres.
On your marks. Set.
And a fourth clean start here in heat number 4 of 4 in the men's under 20 400 metres. And flying out of the gates there is Brody Hicks of Athletics Essendon. On the inside of him is also Jack Clark of Diamond Valley, and so too is going to be Thomas Byrne. I still believe it's going to be Brody Hicks of Athletics Essendon who's going to come into this 200 metres, maybe just a whisker in front of Jack Clark of Diamond Valley as they make their way around with 200 metres to go. The arms will start to pump a little bit harder now. On the inside there is Thomas Byrne of Mentone. He starts to make his presence felt at the front of this field. On the outside there is still going to be Brody Hicks. On the inside, Jack Clark and Thomas Byrne now starting to move through. So 3 silky movers make their way down this home straight. All have a little look around and see who's going to take the lead. It is going to be Brody Hicks. He's going to take out heat number 4 ahead of Jack Clark and Thomas Byrne. Those are your 3 automatic qualifiers through to the next round. And we will wait and see who the next 4 fastest times are spread across those 4 heats of the men's under 20 400 metres.
Thanks, Mitch. We'll now just go down to our next of the presentations, which is the under 18 men's hammer throw. In third place with a best of 51.44, representing Eureka, Ben Locke. Our silver medalist with a best of 52.69, representing Corio, Darcy Giddings. And our Victorian champion and gold medalist with a best of 61.26 metres, representing Athletics Essendon, Kevin Healy. So congratulations, Ben, Darcy and Kevin, our medalists in the men's under 18 hammer throw. Let's draw your attention back to the track now, and it is time for the men's 400 metre open heats. We have 3 preliminary heats. Top 2 in each heat, plus the next 2 times will progress through. In heat number 1, we have 6 starters. In lane number 2, representing Box Hill, Liam Schreck. In lane 3, from Old Melburnians, Conrad Kermaris. In 4, from Geelong Guild, Harvey Morant. In 5, from St Kevin's, Jack Lunn. In lane 6, representing Geelong Guild, Oscar Mazaraki. And in lane 7, from the United Kingdom, we welcome Adam Bernard. So 6 starters, heat 1 of 3, men's open 400 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So good start there by Morant. Kamaris to the inside. Morant already starting to take a bit of a stagger off Jack Lunn, the 800 metre specialist. But Kamaris and also Morant looking good on the outer lanes there. Maserati off to a very good start as well. But in the middle there, Harvey Morant clears through the 200, looking solid. Maserati to the outside of him in the same colours from Geelong Gill, but it's Conrad Kamaris in the old Melburnians colours who is also challenging for those top 2 spots. So top 2 to go through automatically. Maserati battling on well. Lunn now starting to find his wheels as he comes into the home straight, but Harvey Morant's all over this one. So Morant will get through. Maserati's looking good, but Lunn's coming at him. Going to be close here. Morant switches off. Lunn will take the auto qualifier. Close there between Maserati and Kamaris, but very close between the top 3. Bernard comes through. Also the Box Hill runner there in Shrek. But nice win there. Harvey Morant takes out heat 1 of 3 in the men's open 400. 48.75. Six starters once again in the second of our 3 heats here of the men's open 400 metres. In lane number 2, I'm seeing him at every meet I go to at AV at the moment. That's because he is the reigning decathlon champion of Victoria. From Geelong Guild, Christian Painter. In lane 3, representing St Kevin's, Felix Lonergan. Lane 4 from Glen Huntly, Michael Soitsos. In lane 5 from Old Melburnians, Daniel Minns. In 6 from Glen Huntly, Asare Amo Afo. And in 7, representing Athletics Nunawading, Sammy Latui. So 6 starters, the second of our 3 heats in the men's open 400.
On your marks. Set.
So expect some good action here in those middle lanes, and already it's Amo Arfo from Glen Huntly getting off to a good start. Not a lot separating those. We see the old Melburnians runner there in Minns, and also Soitsos moving nicely down the back straight. A little bit of a gap then to Lonergan and also Painter. Soitsos the one who's now making the move as they approach the 200. Minns to the outside of him, and so Arfo starting to just drift back into the pack, but it's a race in 2 out front now, but Soitsos He's the man who'll lead them into the home straight first time. Sorry, only time in the 400. And it's Sotis leading him through. Mins to the outside. They're looking safe. Top two to go through. I can't see them being challenged. Lonergan, the 800-metre runner, coming in very strongly, trying to get his claim for that final. But it's Sotis and Mins. Mins, Sotis. Mins might just take it. I'll leave that to Photo. Aso next. Lonergan, Painter, and then Latui. Heat 3 of 3 men's open 400 metres. In lane 1, representing Athletics Chilwell, it's Jackson Tinker. In 2 from Eaglehawk, Kai Mason. In lane 3 from Old Melburnians, Tristan Robinson. In 4, representing Glen Huntly, Luke Major. Lane 5 from St Kevin's, Phil Borg. Lane 6 from Athletics Nunawading, Corey Robinson. And in lane 7, great to see another decathlete out there, our silver medalist from Knox, Craig Fairburn.
On your marks. Set.
Good start there from Major, already starting to take a little bit of the stagger there off Borg. Tristan Robinson moving nicely as well. To the inside of him is Kai Mason from Eaglehawk. So a lot of action down the back straight, but it is Luke Major leading the way, the Glen Huntly runner approaching the 200 metres. Robinson now starting to make his move, but the inside of him, Kai Mason going very nicely in the Eaglehawk colours. So it should be a good battle for this top two here. Number 1 looks like Major might have that one in the bag as he comes into the home straight, but they are coming at him, and it's the young man from Eaglehawk, Kai Mason, who's really throwing down the challenge to Robinson. So Mason and Robinson really battling for that auto spot. Major will take first position. This will be close, and I think it'll be the Eaglehawk runner just over Robinson. Borg will be in next position, then Robinson, Fairburn will be next, and then Tinker. But Luke Major taking out the third of our heats there in the men's open 400 metres. And just another reminder to athletes arriving at the track and also coaches and families that check-in is on the top deck of the main grandstand. So please ensure that you know where the check-in is and get there at least 1 hour prior to the scheduled time of your event. So check-in, top deck, main grandstand. Now let's introduce the field that will be getting underway shortly of the women's under 15 high jump. We have Chantal Leslie Hughes from Athletics Essendon, also Lucy Quinn, Mornington Peninsula, Ella Duncan, Athletics Essendon, Lucy Fraser from Ballarat Harriers, and Alyssa Chapman from Athletics Nunawading. So it's due to get underway at 8 o'clock. So they're warming up now. That's the women's under 15 high jump.
Practice, you might do it in, you might do it in the real time. That's the line there, 1500. 1500, yeah.
So on the scoreboard now, the consolidated results there from the men's 400. So Luke Major, 48.68. Harvey Morant, 48.75. Daniel Minns, 49.22. Soltsis, 49.23. So very close there. That's our top four in the men's open 400s.
Thank you. Want to do a test line, please?
Everybody's on the bloody same channel instead of us being Richard and Photo and us saying that. Start the photo. Can we have a test, please? Still possible to stuff it up, but
I probably will, but I should go.
yeah, I think so. I think the bell on the max. Yeah, so that way.
No.
Oh, here, watching him. And the bell's here.
So next event on the track. First of our finals on the track tonight, and it is the women's under 14 1500 metres. We have 12 starters. Victorian state record 4:22.74 set by Georgie Clark from Deakin in 1998. And our starters are in Station 1 representing Wellington, Cassie Farley. Station 2 from Doncaster, Charlotte Senior. Station 3 from Box Hill, Priya Diol. In 4 from Glen Huntly, Serena Bryant. Station 5 from Wellington, Grace Grafsma. In 6 from Collingwood Harriers, Ruby Callahan. In Station 7 from Knox, Mietta Morgan. Station 8 from Athletics Essendon, Madigan Carroll. In 9 from Eureka, Olivia Johnson. In 10 from St Kevin's, Saskia Klotz. In 11 from Mentone, it's Tilly Williams. And in 12, representing South Bendigo, Chelsea Tickle. So 12 starters, the final of the women's under 14 1500.
On your marks.
And we are away here in the women's under 14 1500 to make their way down the back straight and try and find a spot as best they can, avoiding any collisions possible.
Take your time.
So it looks like we will have a little bit of a pack race to start things off here. Only just dropping off one athlete as they make their way around through the first 200 metres of this 1500 metre event. As we start to see Priya Diol of Box Hill now just get on the outside of the race leader. They're going to move wide here, Tim. Borderlining lane 3, so you don't want to spend too much time out wide if you can avoid it. But this pack, they're going to try and work together. It looks like they're trying to figure out who wants to take the lead here and lead them through the first 300 metres.
They certainly are, and I'm loving this. It really is looking like a championship race here. No one really wants to take it. But we're seeing, I think that's Williams just starting to edge forward. To Tickle mid-pack there at the moment. You've got the 2 Wellington runners there in Grafsma and also Farley. They're 2 to watch, but geez, some of them are really getting boxed in at the moment, Mitch.
Yeah, there might have to be some elbows out soon, I think, Tim, just to try and give yourself a little bit of space and try and give yourself a little bit of composure. It's always tough being in a bit of a pack, but they seem to be managing pretty well at the moment. So as you did mention, we do have a few of these faster athletes just sitting in that middle of the pack, happy to get the benefit of the drag as they make their way through 450 metres. On the inside of it there is Ruby Callahan. And so too, one of our faster competitors there in Madigan Carroll, not too far away from the pace. So there's about to be a little bit of a separation potentially. If the back of this pack can hang on to it, they'll be doing themselves a massive favour, as about the front 7 now just jostle for a spot. And I think it might start to ramp up a little bit here now, Tim.
Yeah, I think when they went through the 400, they're on about PB pace for a lot of the young ladies, around that the 5-minute mark, so 80 seconds through the 4. And gee, Mitch, they're still going quite wide here as well, so it looks like Williams is wide. And it's the young Essendon runner there, it's Madigan Carroll. One of the top seeds, actually, so one to watch. Looks to be controlling the pace, and the 2 Wellington runners also in the mix.
Yeah, well, Carol has the benefit of just being able to sit on this rail the entirety of the time. If you do a full lap on the outside, you're adding an extra 7 metres to your race. So some of these girls will be adding a little bit of distance, but as you mentioned, it is Tilly Williams who's happy to sit in that lane too and try and get right on the shoulder of one of our faster competitors in Carol. As they start to break it open just a little bit now, as we start to see the wheels turning, as you mentioned, they were on PB pace through the first 400 metres. Try and get that split through 800. It's going to be about 2:44, 2:45. So still fast, and Carol now puts the foot down on the back straight, Tim.
Yeah, wonder what she'll be, that red uniform, the South Bendigo uniform of Tickle. So she's just going wide there to the outside, so making a good move, but the Wellington runners controlling that pace in that sort of chase pack, but Madigan Carroll looking very comfortable out front and definitely controlling. Now Tickle slips into that second position, just starting to cover the move, so that's a good move by a young Chelsea.
Yeah, well, this pack of, we'll call it 5 now, we're just going to try and hold on. It has been our Essendon Athletics in Madigan Carroll, who's been doing a lot of the work out the front. So as you mentioned, the Wellington girls seem to almost just put a little blockade there and just try and get Tickle to come around wide. And she's just done that and tucked in now. So 450 metres to go in this women's under 14, 1500. Carroll's done so much of the work. And as you mentioned, now coming through is going to be Tickle behind her there. So as they're going to hear the sweet sound of the bell, 3:45 on the clock. We've strung out now with 5, Tim, as they make their way around this bend.
Yeah, and you're finally seeing Williams going into the inside lane. She was running at 1600 metres out in lane 2 there, but it is top 4 now. Maybe make that top 3, and that's Carroll followed by Tickle, and a good run there from Farley from Wellington. Then the gap then to Grafsma, the triathlete. She's going along quite nicely and trying to bridge that gap, Mitch.
Yeah, she's doing her best just to latch on there, and she might be able to just get herself on the back of it. There's only a second separating the PBs of this top 3, but now we start to see Grace Grafsma start to make her way through as well. So at the front of this race, it's still going to be Madigan Carroll, Chelsea Tickle right on the outside of her, and Cassie Farley. Grafsma maybe just losing a little bit of touch here with 150 metres to go. A state championship on the line. Tickle, oh no, we have a clip of the heels.
Farley's down.
Unfortunately, Farley now, she'll just make her way back up, but with 100 metres to go, Tickle now moves around the outside, Tim, and she starts to move away.
Yeah, so Chelsea Tickle, great running. We saw her move from the mid-pack into that lead sort of position. Madigan Carroll did such a good job out front, but it's going to be Chelsea Tickle in the South Bendigo colours. 1 for the regional Victoria. She'll take it 4:59. Carroll will have to settle for the silver medal. Then we had Grafsma coming through. Williams will take 4th. Let's give a big round of applause to Cassie Farley. Went down. She got herself back up again. Senior will be next one through. Then will be Diol. And then we'll have Serena Bryant from Glen Huntley. Our Collingwood Harrier there is Ruby Callahan. And then next one through is be Klotz. And also the Eureka runner there in Olivia Johnson. Leaving one on the track, 200 metres out. We'll give a big round of applause for young Mietta Morgan as she comes around, past to the water jump for the final time. So into the home straight now, Mietta Morgan coming through. So let's get behind the young lady there from the Knox Athletic Club. But nice win there. Chelsea Tickle been racking up Bendigo regional records throughout this season, along with her brothers. So great to see her now taking this open or this state championship for the under 14s. As Mietta Morgan finishes the race, it's going to be a personal best for her going by the seed time. So good run there, Mietta. And that's the end of our under 14, 1500 metres.
So great running there from our under 14 women's, and great sportsmanship at the finish line there, waiting for all our competitors to come through. We turn our attention around to the 300 metre start, or we'll call it the 1500 metre start more aptly, in our men's under 14 1500 metre final. With hip number 1 is going to be William Hughes of Mornington Peninsula. Number 2, Sejan Diol of Box Hill. Hip number 3, Jasper Gay of Williamstown. With hip number 4, Eddie Fransky of Albury. With hip number 5, Oscar Wright of Athletics Nunawading. And hip number 6 is Zach Melek of Athletics Nunawading 2. With hip number 7, Maximilian Reeve of Sandringham. With hip number 8, Tyler Hughes of Mornington Peninsula. hip number 9, Finn Kane of Williamstown, and with hip number 10 is going to be Mitchell Poynton of the Yarra Rangers. Those are all 10 competitors here in our final of the men's under 14 1500 metres.
On your marks.
So as you'd expect, they are flying now in that first 100 in the men's under 14s, just trying to establish position. And it looks like the 100-metre sprint, but it is a 1500. But we're going to watch out for guys like Oscar Wright, also Finn Kane. I think Fransky's also trying to get in the action up front, but I'd say it's Kane and also Wright who are off to a good start there, Mitch.
Yeah, a bullet out of a gun there, Tim. So we've already separated. It's almost a completely different affair to what we just saw in the women's under 14 as these men string themselves out with no issues whatsoever. A 30-second first 200 metres. So they're certainly ready and raring to go here in the men's under 14 final, and they're going to make their way down to the start-finish line for the first time. And it's going to be led by Finn Kane. Right on the outside shoulder there is Oscar Wright, and so too Eddie Fransky. So these three, Tim, are more than happy to try and blow the wheels off the rest of this field early and see how much they can hold on.
Well, the state record for this one's 4:11:40, set by the great Paul Schneider from Wendouree. The boys were sitting on about 3:45 pace. I think they've moderated that down now to 66 first lap though, Mitch, and that's got them on state record pace, but I'm not sure if they'll have the legs to get through with that. Fransky doing a really good job just trying to hang into that top three. Gay's just been past, and I'll try and pick up the runner that's gone past him there. I think it's one of the other Nunawading runner there in Malik.
Yeah, so it was Zach Malik, so I think he maybe is going to try and pace himself really well now through the next lap. As you said, they did go out on that state record pace, not to say that they can't get it, but it is going to take a bit of work to be able to get there. So still leading us out there is Finn Kane of Williamstown. On the outside of him is going to be Oscar Wright, one of the fastest coming into it and putting up a mighty effort there is Eddie Fransky. So you wonder now if their legs start to feel the pinch a little bit of that first 30-second 200 metres as they start to let the rest of this field creep their way back up on their shoulder. Eddie Fransky starting to drop off a little bit and moving through really nicely. As we mentioned, there is Zach Malik of Athletics Nunawading, but his counterpart there and Oscar Wright just on the shoulder now of Finn Kane. And he might start to just creep it forward a little bit.
So 2 to go here, and Wright just getting a little bit impatient, going to the outside on the bend to make the passing move over or get alongside Kane. So Fransky's still sitting in third. I like what I'm seeing here from Malik though. He has paced it well, as Mitch was saying. Gap then to Gay. Next one will be one of our Mornington Peninsula runners. That looks like Hugh, or there's the two Hughes. Boys will try and separate them as they come around next time, but out front it is a race in two, and I think Malik is now winding himself up and starting to eye the podium.
Yeah, well, Malik, as we mentioned now, third time, he's timed this race incredibly well, but it's worth noting that Finn Kane is our fastest seated athlete in this final, so he certainly knows what he's doing at the front there, and the second man behind him, Oscar Wright, who just happens to be the second fastest in this final. So these two men have the benefit of being able to work off each other as we see Malik just start to creep up right on the shoulder of Fransky, so those two might be fighting it out for that bronze medal as they come down this home straight for the second last time. Our fastest and second fastest seated athletes, they've led the whole way here, Finn Kane and Oscar Wright, as Wright just starts to nudge past Kane a little bit. He's got the benefit of the rail, Tim, with 400 metres to go, 3:21 on the clock. Let's see what their legs have left in them.
Yeah, I'm expecting Wright to do a bit of a surge, and let's see what Kane does in response. So, good battle here. Malik has spent a little bit of his bickies trying to get onto Fransky. Fransky just surges again and gets out by another couple of metres, and here we see Wright now, 300 out. He takes the lead for the first time.
Yeah, so Wright starting to stretch it out. He has a little bit of that height advantage now. He starts to go to the arms. He's going to want to try and break this metaphorical elastic band that every runner knows the feeling of now, and the man who's got to try and hold on is Finn Kane. So 200 metres to go. It is Oscar Wright who starts to stretch it out a little bit. Finn Kane feels the pinch just a touch. 10 metres quickly turned into 15. The battle for the bronze is going on as well. Malik and Fransky. Fransky is tough as they come, so he's not going to let Malik get away too quickly, but with 110 metres to go, a look on the inside shoulder, and Wright, he's going to come into this final 100 metres, 15 metres clear in the men's under 14, 1500. So the second fastest athlete seed time in this field is going to come down 50 metres to go. He's bided his time incredibly well. and he may take out this men's under 14 1500 metres. Oscar Wright is going to be your state champion with a 4:36 on the clock. Coming down now is Finn Kane. The battle for third is going to be won by Zane Malik. He just gets over Fransky there. A really hard-fought battle between those two as Fransky goes straight to his legs at the end of this race. So too Tyler Hughes, and followed closely there is Jasper Gay. Coming through now is William Hughes, and behind him there is going to be Maximilian Reeve as we see Sejan Diol of Box Hill come down this home straight. Just ahead of our Yarra Rangers athlete in Mitchell Poynton, who will round out this men's under 14 1500 metres. And what a race that was. A little bit different to our women's under 14, but great sportsmanship again shown by the boys at the end of this race. So well done to our men's under 14 1500 metres.
So let's turn our attention back to the infield for that very exciting women's under 14 1500 metres, and our presentation now ready to go. Our bronze medalists in a time of 5:02.16, representing Wellington Athletics, it is Grace Grafsma. Our silver medalist in a time of 5:01.58, representing Athletics Essendon, Madigan Carroll. And our new Victorian champion and gold medalist in a time of 4:59.08, representing South Bendigo, Chelsea Tickle. So congratulations to Grace Madigan. Also Chelsea, our medalist in the women's under 14 1500.
So on the line now are our women's under 15 1500 metre final, with hip number 1, Sienna Rowe of Sandringham, with hip number 2, Erin Mariner of Ringwood, with hip number 3, Piper Gay of Williamstown, with hip number 4, Natasha Gertler of Collingwood, with hip number 5, Lily Purcell of Doncaster, with hip number 6, Ruby Donaldson of Glen Huntly, with hip number 7, Madison King, also of Glen Huntly, in hip number 8, Rihanna Umizu of Dandenong Springvale, and in hip number 9, Poppy Donaldson, also of Glen Huntly.
On your marks.
So another quick start here as we go to the under 15s. We'll be watching out here a few particular runners. Madison King will be right up there, Piper Gay, and they're the two that have automatically gone out to the lead. So it's King leading, Gay in next position. Try and pick up the runner. It could be Sienna Rowe, I think, in the Sandringham colours.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Tim. So these three, they must have watched the race before and thought, you know what, I like that tactic. Let's try and take this out as quick as possible and see if we can get the sting out early. So our two faster competitors are at the front of this field, and they're going to try and spread them out as quickly as they can as they come down this home straight for the first time. And it's almost a single file, only one athlete outside of it now, and that is our Doncaster competitor as she makes her way around in Lily Purcell. So it is going to be our leader in Madison King with the fastest time. Behind her there, Piper Gay. So too, Erin Mariner. So these three are going to try and stretch them out as now we see Lily Purcell just find her way inside the pack there. So we'll try and get this split through the first 400 metres. I dare say it is going to be a fast one as we now have a beautiful single file line through the first 400. 1:12, 1:13 on the clock.
Yeah, so just over the 4:30 mark at the moment. When you see that their best times are at 4:44 thereabouts, they are out to a quick start, hence that straight line we're seeing. So Mariner sitting in third, Gertler there in fourth. A little bit of a move there now from Sienna Rowe, starting to make her way through the midfield, but still out front, it is Madison King, the Glen Huntly athlete. Piper Gay, I think, is just happy to sit there, Mitch.
Yeah, I think Piper Gay knows that this is exactly where she wants to be right now, so she's more than happy to not have to think about too much and just get right in behind Madison King, who's going to be left to do a lot of this work. So Madison King, right behind her, breathing down her neck, should be able to feel it, is Piper Gay. And we also have, I believe that is Erin Mariner behind them there too. So our two race leaders are going to try and move their way clear, but it's going to be really tough work with Mariner trying to latch on as best she can. Right behind her there too is going to be Natasha Gertler. But at the front here, Tim, it is still Madison King, Piper Gay behind her there as we start to move through here. So a little bit of a surge now starts to come around this bend. So these two are going to try and pull away now, Tim.
So let's now go, while the girls are out there, let's go to the presentation now for the women's under 14 triple jump. Our bronze medalist with a best of 10.05, representing Box Hill, Ashara Ross. Our silver medalist also for Box Hill with a best of 10.16 metres is Jasmine Jarrett. And our gold medalist and new Victorian champion representing Athletics Essendon with a best of 10.20 metres. It is Kaylin Walker. So congratulations to the three young ladies here in the women's under 14 triple jump.
So back on the track now, Tim, and as you mentioned, there was a little bit of a surge as they made their way around last time here, and our two race leaders are now blown themselves well clear as they come down this home straight for the second last time. Still leading is Madison King, and Piper Gay just on the shoulder of her. King has a little look on the inside. She should have another look around the outside. Piper Gay right behind her there. They're about to come down and hear the bell. King's done a lot of the work. Maybe she likes it in front, Tim, but Piper Gay looks ready to move. In third place here is going to be Erin Mariner, trying to hold out Natasha Gertler, but at the front of the field it is still King ahead of Gay.
It's like watching two prize fighters out there at the moment. They are just duking it out here. So King is doing the work. Gay, is she going to make a move at 300? You often see it as they hit that back straight. They launch out into the second lane, but she's happy to sit there. Will we see it at 200? Or does King still have the legs just to take the zip out of Gay? But let's see what happens. 250 to go, Mitch.
Well, passing on the bend is always hard to do, but Piper Gay seems like she's ready for the challenge. So Madison King on the inside has the benefit of the rail. 200 metres to go now. So these two girls are going to fight it out over the final 180 metres. They've been doing it for the entirety of it now. Ladies and gentlemen, these two have been together the entirety of the race. It's going to come down to 130 metres for the under 15 state title. Madison King's leading out Piper Gay. Gay now been able to sit off the back the entirety of this race. Comes on the shoulder now. Madison King's going to have to find something on the inside. Piper Gay's waited for this moment, and she's waited for perfection, and she's found it. So Piper Gay's going to come on the outside and take out this women's under 1500 metres. 4:43 on the clock. Madison King a hard-fought second on the inside there. And for third place coming through now is going to be Erin Mariner of Ringwood. Another massive PB for her too. As we see the rest of this women's under 15 field make their way down. What a fight at the front of that race. As we see Natasha Gertler come through for fourth. Behind her there is going to be Lily Purcell. So too Sienna Rowe. As we see the rest of these ladies now come down. And Ruby Donaldson is going to finish just ahead of Rihanna Umezu. So too Poppy Donaldson going to round out this women's under 1500 metres, and what a fight that was.
If ever you want to split a gold medal in two and hand it to two young ladies, that was a perfect example of that. Madison King, what a run, but Piper Gay just too strong in that final 50 metres.
Ready?
Finish for the day.
So let's now go to the presentation for that men's under 1500 metres. Our bronze medalists in a time of 4:42.94, representing Athletics Nunawading, Zach Malik. In second position, the silver medalist in time of 4:39.57, representing Williamstown, Finn Kane. And our Victorian champion and gold medalists representing Athletics Nunawading in a time of 4:36.52, Oscar Wright. So congratulations, Zach, Finn and Oscar, the medalists there in the men's under 1500.
So on the track now, we do have our men's under 1500 metres, and this will be split up into two heats. With hip number 1 is going to be Merlin Saros of Bendigo Harriers, with hip number 2, Hugh Nucky of Athletics Chilwell. Hip number 3, Bart Leeton of Old Scotch. With hip number 4 is Riley Stewart of Wellington. With hip number 5, Hunter Stevens of Mornington Peninsula. With hip number 6, Vobma Gunalan of South Melbourne. With hip number 7, Angus Ashworth of Old Melburnians. Hip number 8, William Davies of Mornington Peninsula. With hip number 9, Jonathan Neathling of Athletics Essendon. Hip number 10, Aidan Marasco of Doncaster. And with hip number 11 is going to be Brady Ryan of Glen Huntly. It will be the top 5 in each heat, plus the next 5 fastest times to make it through to the final, with heat number 1 of 2 in the men's under 1500.
On your marks.
So once again, they're off to a pretty fly start here, Mitch. So it is a heat though, so the top 5 will go through in the next 5 fastest times. So 15 proceeding through to that final.
Well, Bart Leeton seems to be in a serious rush to get to the front there. A man with a 4:11 PB, Bart Leeton, so certainly one to watch out for in these junior ranks. More than happy to stretch them out and make sure that his authority is known in this event here in the men's under 1500. So the rest of the field will try and latch on to the back of him. Very reminiscent of a young Luke Matthews, the way that Bart Leeton runs. I can't not see it. So behind him there is going to be Angus Ashworth, as the rest of this field now tries to latch on. Merlin Saros behind him, and so too is going to be Jonathan Neathling. Right behind him there is Brady Ryan, but at the front of this field it is Bart Leeton just stretching it out right now, Tim.
Yeah, well, remember this time last year, Bart was setting records in that under 14 age group, so stepping up to the 15s now and looking very impressive. Haven't seen a lot of him this season, but he is looking good. Ashworth we have seen a bit, and he's sitting nicely. I like what I'm seeing there from Neathling's just positioned beautifully. Also the Glen Huntly runner there in Brady Ryan, he is looking good, just sitting there off the back of the Harriers runners there in Saros.
And so the rest of this field is going to try and bunch up and make their way through. As we said, it's the 5 men in this race, and then the next 5 fastest times spread over these first 2 heats, I believe. A man who's feeling incredibly comfortable right now would be Bart Leeton, as you mentioned, breaking state records last year. The state record here is 3:56, set by Michael Power in 1991. It's just worth mentioning because you may hear that gone over the course of this weekend. But Bart Leeton has stretched that out now to about a 30-metre lead. As the rest of this field, as we see 2 packs behind him there, are going to try and duke it out for the 4th and 5th and 3rd finish here in the heat. Right behind him there is going to be Angus Ashworth as he comes through now. It's still Merlin Saros. Behind him too is going to be Jonathan Neathling, and same position is Brady Ryan. So Bart Leeton is out on his own right now, who go through in about 2:13, 2:14 through this 800 metres, and the rest of this field is now just trying to latch on for an automatic spot, Tim.
Ashworth just doing what he needs to do, sitting out there. He doesn't need to chase Leeton at the moment because he's got about a 25-metre gap to that chase pack of 3. Another gap. This is the interesting one, Mitch. Who's going to try and launch forward from that next chase pack to try and get one of those auto spots? Or will they just keep the momentum going and try and get through on fastest times?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Obviously, Bart's tried to make it fast, but not a lot of people have been able to go with that pace. But maybe we'll be able to string them out. I reckon this second pack here who are trying to hunt down this 3rd, 4th and 5th position may be able to work really well to try and get themselves up there with a chance. So coming down your home straight now for the second last time, it is Bart Leeton of Old Scotch. As you mentioned, Angus Ashworth just doing what he needs to do here to stay out of trouble and get himself through to the final, as we now start to see this competition for 3rd, 4th and 5th to really ramp up. So we'll see whether or not they'll be able to get on the back of these three. They've worked incredibly well. Bart Leeton, 350 to go. Angus Ashworth now is going to hear the bell. We still see Saros right behind him. There is still Neathling, and so too is Ryan. The man to watch coming through might be Hugh Nucky of Chilwell. 300 metres to go. Bart Leeton, Tim, we may be more interested in the race for these other automatic spots right now.
Yeah, that's where I'm looking at the moment. Mission Marasco's one I've got my eye on. The Doncaster runner just starting to wind it up, coming alongside Nucky now and starting to try and launch towards that top five. And I think Aidan Marasco might just have the legs to do that. He sat back beautifully. The Wellington runner there too, Riley Stewart. Let's see what he can produce on this last lap. But Saros, don't know much about this young kid from Bendigo, but he's looking quite solid there, and Neathling's going with him. Brady now being asked the question, and Marasco and Nucky's not done with yet either. This is going to be a very tight run for that top five.
Yeah, you don't want to be waiting on times in this sort of event, so they desperately want to try and get themselves in with an automatic chance to be through to the final. Bart Leeton's going to take this out here though, ladies and gentlemen. He will claim the win here in the first of two heats in the 1500 metres under 15 men, as we see Angus Ashworth too going to come through for second, and now it starts to ramp up. So watch these guys fly down here. They're looking for third, fourth and fifth in the automatic zone. Coming on the outside there is Brady Ryan. He might settle for third, as you mentioned. Saros for fourth. Coming over the top now, maybe for fifth. No, the dip on the inside was Jonathan Neathling. So those five are able to hold on, and those three particularly hold on for an automatic spot. The rest now wait for a time. It did seem fast, but we'll have to see what happens in this second heat, Tim, as we see our final athlete come down here now. And two more to go, from our Mornington Peninsula Club, and that is going to be Hunter Stevens that comes down now. And 50 metres to go is going to be William Davies, and he will round out the first heat of the men's 1500 metres. And what a 1500 metres that was. It was broken up into a few races, but we are finished here as we turn our attention to the second heat of this race.
Well done, boys.
Apologies, we have our final competitor coming down the line now. It is going to be Vabama Gunalan. Make him feel loved and welcome as he finishes off here in the first heat of the men's under 15, 1500 metres.
Okay, now let's go back to the presentations. This is for the women's under 15, 1500 metres. Our bronze medalist in a time of 4:55.18, representing the Ringwood Athletic Club, Erin Mariner. And our second place there, the silver medalist, representing Glen Huntly in a time of 4:42.12, Madigan King. And our Victorian champion, the gold medalist in a time of 4:43.77, representing Williamstown, Piper Gay.
Track now is our second heat of the men's under 15, 1500. I'm sure you don't need a reminder, but it is the top five automatically through, and then the next five fastest times across the two heats. With hip number one is Riley Shalito of Ballarat YCW. With hip number two, Thomas Lindemann of Old Scotch. With hip number three, Campbell Brooks of Box Hill. With hip number four, Hugo Stubbs of Old Scotch. Hip number five, Alec Fransky of Albury. With hip number six, Avery McDermott of Bendigo. Hip number seven, Ben Forster of St Kevin's. With hip number eight, Max Luke of Collingwood. Hip number nine, Luca Siderius of Glen Huntly. And in hip number 10, Ethan Miller of Glen Huntly. Those are all your competitors in heat number 2 of 2 in the men's under 15, 1500.
On your marks.
Once again, a fairly frenetic start here to this second of the heats. So as you can see, the times are now up on the board from the first one. So top five Neathling there in 4:32, and then the times to watch there, the 4:32s and 4:34 through there to Stewart from Wellington. So that's what the boys in this heat will be chasing. They've got to be under that 4:35 to try and guarantee themselves a spot in that final. So a good clean start here. We'll try and pick them up as they come through.
Yeah, and it is important to get away nice and clean in this 1500 metres. You certainly don't want to be chopping yourself around if you don't have to. And we do have a competitor who's going to just space himself out towards the front there. That is going to be Max Luke of Collingwood. So he's going to find himself a little bit of room. Right behind him there is going to be Ben Forster of St Kevin's, and on the inside of him is Luca Sidoridis, our fastest competitor in this second heat. So they're nicely strung out, a little bit different to what we saw in that first race. For these boys now are just going to try and find their feet, find their pace and work their way around after this first 400 metres. They'll go through in about a 68-second lap, so certainly on pace, but finding their feet pretty comfortably here, Tim.
Yeah, I think the pace in that first one may be a little bit quicker, so that set those the fastest times up. But let's see if these ones can be just that bit more consistent all the way through. So we're just seeing that nice little string out. I think Fransky's the next one to make a little bit of a move there, the Aubrey runner. So just going to the outside, and nice steady pace, Mitch.
Yeah, well, they're all going to have the benefit of being able to work off each other. So there hasn't been a lot of changes. You mentioned Fransky, probably the only one to try and put himself in a position, as we now see another Glen Huntly athlete make their way through. I think that is Ethan Miller. So Miller now just gets on the shoulder and puts himself in 5th position. Again, it is the first 5 that are automatically through to this final. So if you're not a kicker, you certainly don't want to leave it too late in this sort of race. But we have a nice strung out pack as we see Miller again make his way around. So he's certainly not wanting to wait around, as we still see our race leader in Max Luke leading them out. Behind him there is still Ben Forster, and on the inside is Luca Sidoridis. So the two Glen Huntly boys might be able to work together as Fransky now. It's a little bit of cat and mouse, Tim, but they're starting to find their feet.
Yeah, so Fransky just going alongside Avery McDermott there, the Bendigo Uni runner, but McDermott now deciding he wants to just move forward and goes, just slides past Ethan Miller. So about 2:24, so sitting on about 4:30 pace out front, and gee, there's still quite a few in the picture here, and they're all that leading group of about 7 are right in line for qualification.
Yeah, absolutely. This time, as you said, is a little bit more consistent than what we saw in the first heat. So that's what these boys might have been looking at as they watched on. A really, really smart move there by Avery McDermott to get on the back of Fransky. So he puts himself in that 5th position, as these two in 6th and 7th certainly aren't done with yet. But our race leader has been Max Luke, and it continues to be Max Luke as he makes his way down here for the second last time. On the inside of him is still Ben Forster, on the outside Luca Sidoridis, as Fransky now starts to get on the shoulder of Ben Forster, and behind him there, as we mentioned, is Avery McDermott. So these 5 start to stretch away just a little bit from 6th and 7th. 3:17, 3:19 is going to hit through this clock as they make their way through the bell. It's still Max Luke behind him there, Sidoridis. So too Ben Forster, Fransky and McDermott. So these 5, Tim, looking incredibly comfortable as they're about to approach 300 metres to go.
So Campbell Brooks is the young Box Hill runner there, and that was a good move for him. He's working with Ethan Miller because they know they've just got to keep that momentum going forward if they want to try and qualify. Remember, they've got to be around that 4:35, 4:36 mark potentially to make it through to the final. But the top 5 look settled, don't they, Mitch? Can't see anything changing there, and they can just start to switch off now if they want. It doesn't really matter what position they finish in here.
Oh, there's always pride on the line as you make your way out of these heats, Tim. So these boys won't want to spot each other. Any room for that competitive advantage, but you are right. They do seem to have these automatic positions relatively sewn up. So these 5 are probably going to make their way through to the final here. And as you mentioned, a really, really smart move by Campbell Brooks. So he wants to put himself in a timed final position. But right now, we're going to see Max Luke take it out. Behind him, Sidoridis, so too Forster, Fransky as well, and McDermott. So these 5 are going to be automatic. Max Luke leads it from gun to tape. Fantastic effort there in the heats. They're going to take it in about that 4:27. So it's now importantly on these times as they come through. So Campbell Brooks in 6th there. He's going to stop it in a pretty fast time. Behind him there too is Ethan Miller. So these two will wait, I guess, and see whether those times are going to make them through. As we see the rest of this field come down now, it is Riley Shalito of Ballarat YCW who's going to greet the line. And our old Scotch athletes behind him there, Thomas Lindemann. And so too now is Hugo Stubbs. And those are all our competitors here in Heat 2 of 2 in the men's under 1500. And we'll wait and see who those next fastest times are.
Yeah, I think Campbell Brooks, by my calculations, probably made it through on that one. And I think it's Ethan Miller now who will be sweating for those results to come up on Results Hub. So our next presentation is for the men's under-20 hammer throw championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist in third position with a best of 50.55 metres, representing Wendouree Lachlan Hawks. In second position with a best of 53.40 metres, representing the Eureka Athletic Club, it's Lachlan Benbow. And our Victorian champion with a best of 54.20 metres, representing Ringwood, it's Ruan Swainvelder. So congratulations to our two Lachlans and Ruan, our medalists in the under-20 men's hammer throw.
So on the start line now are our competitors in the women's under-16 1500 metre final. 15 women in this race. I'll do my best to make sure I call all their names correctly. With hip number 1, Ali Brooks of Diamond Valley. With hip number 2, Imogen Backer of Mornington Peninsula. Hip number 3, Hannah Russmere of Box Hill. With hip number 4, Poppy Scott Dalgleish of Diamond Valley. With hip number 5, Genevieve Nehill of South Bendigo. Hip number 6, Amelie Bean of Mentone. Hip number 7, Bayer Pugh of Mornington Peninsula. With hip number 8, Sarah Hastings of Mentone. With hip number 9, Olivia Ponchard of Mornington Peninsula. With hip number 10, Kushni Diol of Box Hill. With hip number 11, Rachel White of Doncaster. With hip number 12, Celestine Debayu Tamai of Mentone. With hip number 13, Orla Shackloth of Sandringham. With hip number 14, Annabelle Smith of Box Hill. And with hip number 15, Hayley Whiteshead of Albury Athletics. These are all 15 women in the under-16 1500 metre final.
On your marks.
So good start here. So this is a final. 4:06.77 is the Victorian state record, once again set by Georgie Clark in the year 2000, the year she represented Australia at the Sydney Olympics as a 16-year-old in this event. So now they're starting to slow the pace, Mitch. I think we're going to go to a true championship race here. Some of our top seeds are sitting around that low 440s mark. So let's just see the likes of Baker. Also Ali Brooks should be up there early. I'll be interested to see how Bayer Pugh runs as well. She's been going nicely. Also Rachel White from Doncaster usually likes to lead, but Rachel this time is deciding, well, I don't really need to. And I think it might be Brooks going through to the lead.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Tim. I was going to make a comment on Rachel White there. You notoriously do see her at the front of these races. She's not far away. She's sitting there in third as we now see Hannah Russmere of Box Hill make her way all around the outside to get right on the shoulder of the race leader. So these women are going to try and find their spot as best they can, but it can take a little bit of time as we start to see a few make their way bordering that lane 3. Through this first 400 metres, you could throw a blanket over them, they're all that close. So it is going to be about a 76, 77 through the first 400. These faster athletes are tucking themselves in the middle of this pack. It'll be interesting to see when moves are made as they start to separate just a little bit as they say that now up the back straight, Tim.
Yeah, Orla Shackloth's the number one to watch out for, the Sandringham runner. So she's positioned beautifully at the moment and just watching what's happening out front. So not a lot of big moves, but a little bit of separation in the field as they start to work their way into this 1500 metres.
Yeah, we certainly don't want to be too far away from a breakaway if it is going to happen. As you mentioned, there are a lot of fast women in this race, so they can certainly turn the wheels on, put the foot on the gas and take it right off the brakes whenever they need to. So as they make their way around into this home straight right now, we do have a little bit of chopping and a little bit of changing here as we now start to see Rachel White start to move around on the outside. Really looking comfortable on the inside there, I believe, is Hayley Whiteshead. So she's been leading for a little while now on the outside. Hannah Russmere, as we start to see them move through. So too Amelia Bean and Diol on the back of this pack. So 2:17, they're going to come around through to the 850 metres time. And this front pack still hasn't moved too much. They've started to separate it. They've started to stretch it out a little bit. But Hayley Whiteside wants to be out in front. She wants to stay away from the trouble. And through 800 metres, Tim, that's exactly what she's done.
Yeah, I have not seen this runner before, so that's why we haven't spotted her, but Hayley Whiteshead's certainly looking very good there, the Albury Athletics runner. She's now out by 10 and not looking like she's working hard at all, Mitch. So this is a very impressive run from the young runner from Albury.
Absolutely. Well, she knows her race tactic and she's going to try and execute it as best she can. So that 10 metres is quickly becoming 15. So they might want to try and get a move on because she's looking incredibly comfortable. She has one of the faster times in this final as well. So she's certainly a class competitor as we start to see what was once a pack now be straight out into a string line. So it is Hayley Whitsett who's leading it out here for Albury Athletics. It's still that 10 to 15 metre gap. Spot it with your eyes if you can. But she's out in front and she's out very comfortably as we start to see them now make their way through. It is Hannah Russmere of Box Hill starting to stretch the legs of the rest of this field. It'll be interesting to see whether they can peg it back, and Russmere is going to be the one to drag right up to Whitsett. So she's still leading it here, Tim. The one in third place to look out for, as we mentioned, is Orla Shackloth. So they're about to get moving right now, but Hannah Russmere on the attack as they come around the bend.
So this will be interesting. Has Whitsett run a race, because that gap is starting to certainly come in now. So it is Hannah Russmere, the Box Hill runner. Shackloff working hard to get on the back of her. Whitsett still looking okay though as they go down the back straight last time. I think this last 200 will be extremely interesting.
Well, it's certainly going to shape up here, so we start to see Hannah Russmere get after Whitsett, but she has another gear left in her, I reckon, Hayley Whitsett, so 200 metres to go. It was starting to bridge back. Now it starts to expand again. All the Shackloth as well in third there, and our competitor in fourth is now starting to fly around on the outside too. So it is still Hayley Whitsett. She's done a lot of work here as the legs are going to have to start to get churning with 100 metres to go. They're still in it here. Hannah Russmere leading them through, and they're starting to come into the bend now here, Tim, and it is Hayley Whitsett, but they're closing pretty fast. Hannah Russmere now starts to get on the shoulder. Whitsett goes to the arms. She wants this women's under 16 1500 metre title, and I think she's just going to get it. It is going to be Hayley Whitsett. She's going to take it out here. Hannah Russmere, Ali Brooks with a fantastic finish as well to come through for bronze, as we see all the Shackloth. So too is going to be Imogen Bakker, Rachel White. As the rest of this field works through now, it is Bia Pugh as Diol makes it through. So too Annabelle Smith. As a fast finishing Genevieve Nahil comes in, same as Amelie Bean. As you see a group of competitors come through now. The back of them there is going to be Celestine Dearbag Tamai. I've certainly got that wrong, so I apologise there. As we see our final competitor here in the under 16 women's 1500 come through in Olivia Ponchard. But what a fantastic performance there. It started to be a front runner. Get through for the win in the women's under 16 1500.
So our next presentation will be for the under 15 women's high jump championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist with a best clearance of 1.45 metres representing athletics Nunawading, Alyssa Chapman. The silver medalist with best clearance of 1.50 metres representing athletics Essendon, Ella Duncan. Leaving our gold medalist and Victorian champion with a best of 1.55 metres representing Ballarat Harriers, Lucy Fraser. Congratulations to Alyssa, Ella and Lucy, our medalists in the women's under 15 high jump.
On the line now are our men's under 16 1500 metre final competitors, a field of 18. Again, I'll do my best to call these names correctly. With station number 1 is going to be James Lambourne of Mornington Peninsula. Station number 2, Xavier Gee of Mornington Peninsula. Station number 3, Joshua Carlin of Athletics Nunawading. Station number 4, James Gibbs of Glen Huntly. Station number 5, Jack Dalton of Doncaster. With station number 6 is going to be Charles Barrett of Collingwood. Station number 7, Dane Gray of Glen Huntly. Station number 8, Connor Sullivan of Old Scotch. Station number 9, Cooper Proven of St Kevin's. With station number 10, Vimil Gunalan of South Melbourne. Station number 11, John Goodwin of Sandringham. Station number 12, Ephon Evans of Mentone. Station number 13, Kaylin Luong of Box Hill. Station number 14, Sebastian Farrelly of Mornington Peninsula. Station number 15, Rory Craig of Knox. Station number 16, Joel Davies of Mornington Peninsula. Station number 17, Jackson Unthank of Bellarine. And station number 18, rounding it out, is Brody Atchison of Mornington Peninsula. Those are all 18 men in the under 16 1500 metre final.
On your marks. Stand up. On your marks.
So big field here, 18 runners. So as they start to settle, it looks like that might be a Wellington uniform getting out there. It's a Collingwood uniform. And top seeds here, we're sitting in those low 416 thereabouts, so, or 415 for Unthank. So there's some good runners in this field. 406 from Charles Barrett, and he's the man who's leading this race. So he's having a big year, Barrett, and going from strength to strength in each race, and I think he'll have his eyes on this championship, and he's just going to go from it right from the gun.
Yeah, we love that. As you mentioned, whenever it slows down, everyone goes, this is a championship race, but we're going to try and take that right out of it here. So, as you mentioned, it is going to be Charles Barrett to lead it out. Right on his shoulder, I believe, is Sebastian Farrelly of Mornington Peninsula, and we'll try and get a read on those hip numbers as we make their way around. So these boys now, we do have a leading pack of about 6 who have stretched it over 10, 15 metres, so they're certainly going for a time. 62 seconds as we make our way through the first 400, Tim, so it is off to a flyer.
Certainly is, and I think going by the way Barrett's been running this year, he'll be totally comfortable at this pace. So he's starting to stretch the boys out. Third position there is Unthank, making our job easier, the fact that his twin's not racing in this event tonight. So Barrett looking solid, just really moving nicely. We've seen him running so well over 800 and through to 1500 metres this season. Farrell looks comfortable though, and Unthank's just made a really nice move just to get up and into the picture there. Trying to get a fix on the Doncaster run, and that is Jack Dalton. So you're once again having a great season this year, Jack, and he wants to be part of the action out front. And then we've got our Box Hill runner there in Kayla Nwong.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see whether or not they chop and change around, but really comfortable out in front is still Jack Dalton. No, Charles Barrett, apologies, so many names, I couldn't quite read it. So Barrett's still leading them out there, looking incredibly comfortable as he starts to put his foot on that accelerator a little bit more if that was possible. He certainly made it that way. So they're about to come through to 800 metres, and this pack of 5 has quickly become a pack of 2 with 3 chasing, 2:10 on the clock up this back straight now. Will we see a move? It's going to be Unthank to try and bridge the gap back. Luong behind him there and Dalton happy in the middle. Somebody's going to have to do something, or these two class competitors out in front, Tim, are going to start to stretch it out.
So still moving very smoothly, our 2 leaders. I'm really impressed by Farrelly. He's just going stride for stride at the moment with Barrett. Unthank continuing to try to do the work. Dalton and Luong just working together as drifting back, and that battle for the bronze medal, if it's going to be that way, is looking quite enticing. But out front, Barrett, all class.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's looking incredibly comfortable. Has a little look down at his legs almost to say, all right, if this is the moment that we go after it, it could be now. So he's looking really smooth, as you said, Tim. It is Charles Barrett behind him there. He's gone stride for stride as Farrelly, as we see Dalton now make his way around the shoulder into that 3rd place position. So the bell's gone. It's time to race. So at the front, it is still going to be Charles Barrett leading out beautifully Sebastian Farrelly. You could not separate these two for the entirety of this race. If you tried, they make their way up the back straight for the last time. And let's see if somebody flies up here. The battle for 3rd is about to heat up too. So this final 250 metres is going to be something.
So Farrelly about to try and make the move. Barrett's probably thinking, what do I have to do to shake this guy? Do I wait for 200? Luong, as expected, he's got those long legs starting to stretch out, but Dalton keeping him to the outside. Luong's working hard. No change out front though. Barrett, Farrelly in that same position. We've seen them now for 1,400 metres, and also a great battle now as Dalton working really hard to keep Luong to the outside. Call him in, Mitch.
So it's Barrett on the inside, Farrelly on the outside. He's bided his time. Has he waited a little bit too long? Has he undermined the man in front? It is going to be Charles Barrett just there. Farrelly not done with yet. Barrett trying to swim his way there. Farrelly, oh jeez. I have a feeling it might be Sebastian Farrelly on the outside. Dalton comes through for 3rd. Luong settles for 4th. Unthank for 5th. And what a finish there. We'll have to wait and get the official timing up here. We think it might be Farrelly, but don't quote us on that as we see the rest of this field make their way through. What a finish that was. And get your guesses in. Turn to the person left of you, turn to the person right, and see who was correct, because right now we can't quite call it. So the rest of this field makes their way through. Look at the bodies over the line. Certainly every ounce and every bit of energy was spent to get across there in this men's under 16 1500 metres. So our final competitor makes his way across the line there in Vermeil Gunalan. So we will wait for the official times to see who has claimed the state title. But no matter what a performance from our two men out in front in Sebastian Farrelly and Charles Barrett.
So the official times are in. 4:09:03 was the winning time. 4:09:04 second place. Our champion, Sebastian Farrelly. So next presentation is for the women's under 16 1500 metres. Our bronze medalist in a time of 4:42:36, representing Diamond Valley, Ali Brooks. Our silver medalist in a time of 4:42:03, representing Box Hill, Hannah Rusmere. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion in a time of 4:41:08, Hayley Whitshead. So congratulations to all three ladies on the podium there in the women's under 16 1500 metres.
The line now is our women's under 17 1500 final. 15 women on the line here in station number 1, Cleo Richardson of St Kevin's. Station number 2, Olivia Da Costa Alves of St Stephen's Harriers with 9. Station number 3, Daisy Sudholes of Eureka. Station number 4, Yasmin Ostick-Smith of St Stephen's. Station number 5, Karima Wakim of Collingwood. Station number 6, Jasmine Sidebottom of Mornington Peninsula. Station number 7, Gabrielle Vincent of South Melbourne. Station number 8, Freya Brown of Mornington Peninsula. Station number 9, Abby Hickey of Sandringham. Station number 10, Nessa Males of Williamstown. Station number 11, Tanasha Santosh of Glen Huntly. Station number 12, Bella Ferry of Doncaster. Station number 13, Charlotte Jackson of Athletics Essendon. Station number 14, Matilda Lestrange of Diamond Valley. And station number 15, Emily Mifsud of Athletics Essendon. Those are all 15 competitors in the women's under 17 1500.
On your marks. Stand up. Keep still. On your marks.
So as they launch out here, we'll watch out for Richardson, see the way she wants to control this race out front, and I think she's already darted out to a good lead. So nice start here. Good to see Karima Wakim. Last time I saw her, she was on the ski fields over in the Northern Hemisphere. So she's back in Victoria now and racing over 1500. And congratulations to her brother Marcus, who's just made that walks team heading off to China. So Mitch, they're starting to settle. Nice straight line. This is a good pace.
Yeah, it certainly are. They're starting to settle, as you mentioned. It is a nice pace set out in front here. I believe that is Richardson. So these women now are going to try and find their spot as best they can. We'll get these hip numbers as they come by. But it is starting to stretch out pretty nicely. So that is actually Daisy Sudholes leading it out there. Behind her is going to be Gabriella Vincent with the fastest seed time in this race. So these two are going to try and stretch it out. Behind them there is Bella Ferry, and so too Santosh behind her, Cleo Richardson behind that. So they're going to try and work their way around, moving out into lane 2, I believe, maybe Richardson, but these two out in front looking incredibly comfortable as two of the faster competitors in this race. You certainly don't want to spot too much room. So 68 seconds on the clock, Tim. As you mentioned, the pace has stayed consistent.
Yeah, Sudholes has had just an amazing season this year. Also Vincent, so stepped up into the Ondieki 3,000 metres as well. So we know that Vincent's got a little bit of range, but Sudholes has been one of the big stories of middle distance running particularly coming from regional Victoria, another great athlete out of the Rod Griffin stable. So Daisy Soothold's just putting the pace down. Richardson's being asked a question already, and you know, probably going out of the comfort zone a little bit, moving up to this 1500. She seems to be a bit more comfortable over the 8, but it's still a fair way to go, Mitch. But Soothold's controlling pace. Vincent just starting to drift a little bit.
Yeah, well, Sudholt certainly has a tactic, and she's going to try and put it to good use. So down this home straight, maybe just starting to stretch out a little bit here. So puts her foot on that accelerator, doesn't put it quite to the floor, but certainly teases it. As she starts to move away a little bit, as you mentioned, the range that we have seen on Gabriella Vincent has been phenomenal, and she's going to try and do that over 1500. Cleo Richardson looking strong there in third, and behind her is Tanasha Santosh, one of the tougher competitors that we see on the domestic circuit here in the junior ranks. So our front two have not moved whatsoever. It is Sudholz leading out, looking incredibly comfortable in doing so. 2:22 goes past the clock, 800 metres into the race. Richardson going to try and stretch out Santosh there in the third and fourth position as they start to move their way through. So it is Richardson who might even try and pick up a little bit of distance here back to Gabriella Vincent, but it is Sudholz and Vincent looking good, and Cleo Richardson trying to break off Santosh and make her way onto the back of these two.
So Vincent just sitting a nice distance behind Soothold's. So I thought she might have been drifting, but she certainly isn't, because that distance staying relatively consistent. So Gabrielle Vincent just doing a nice little tactic here. Soothold's breaking into the wind each time they go around. And it is Vincent just biding a time there, and Richardson just starting to make up a little bit of ground, certainly moving away from Tanasha Santosh, Balaferri in a next position, then Nissa Males. So it is Soothold's still leading, so come down to get the bell. So Vincent needs to just stick to like glue, because the gap back to Richardson's about 15 metres. That's sizable over 400 metres.
Well, this final 400 can be a lonely place, but if you can have somebody to do it with you, it makes it just that little bit easier. So if you are Gabrielle Vincent, you're doing everything you can to at least be there on the back straight. In saying that, she's looking incredibly comfortable on the shoulder of Sudholt. So now she's going to put her head down and try and break the spirits here on the back straight. Sudholt goes to the arms. Vincent going to try and tuck in on the back straight. Richardson moved away from Santosh Vasor, so she's sitting there comfortably in third. The race at the front is about to heat up and get interesting. Sudholt is still going strong. Vincent not going anywhere though, with 200 metres to go. So there's been some competitive 1500 metre races tonight, and it's not going to stop here. Sudholt, Vincent going to try and get on the shoulder here now. Tim, it is Sudholt's leading her out.
Yeah, we've seen some great 15s, as you said, Mitch, and this is just the same. Sudholt's leading, Vincent to the outside. The race is on. Who is the toughest? Who is the strongest? Vincent getting a little head of steam up. Sudholt's is so gritty though, but Vincent coming again. It's not over yet. This is going to go right down to the line. Sudholt's on the inside. Vincent losing her legs. Sudholt's will take it. Vincent awesome running. Cleo Richardson, she'll take the bronze medal here, but wow, what a nut. We've been treated to some great 15s. Once again, Daisy Sudholtz, Gabrielle Vincent, hats off to both of them. Richardson through for the bronze. Tanasha Santosh, she'll take that next position. Fairy will be next. I think Mifsa's now coming through in the Essendon colours. Nissa Miles, then Abby Hickey coming through from Sandringham. But boy, I'm a little bit breathless. I need a drink.
Just relax, gentlemen. They might do a presentation before they do an announcement for you before we let it go, okay?
So let's go to our next presentation. It is for the men's under 16 1500 metres. Our bronze medalist in a time of 4:13.04, representing Doncaster, Jack Dalton. Our silver medalist in a time of 4:09.04, representing the Collingwood Harriers, Charles Barrett. And our Victorian champion and gold medalist in a time of 4:09.03, the Mornington Peninsula Athletic Club, Sebastian Farrelly.
So on the track now, we have our men's under 17 1500 metres, heat 1 of 2. 12 competitors in this race, with out of station number 1, Terry Sakaridis of Glen Huntly Athletics Club. Station number 2, Magnus Woods of Athletics Chilwell. Station number 3, Jacob Sprunt, also of Athletics Chilwell. In station number 4, Thomas Crookshanks of Preston. Station number 5, William Lewis of Casey Cardinia. Station number 6, Jack Waters of Box Hill. Station number 7, Harvey Anderson of Knox. Station number 8, Dylan Egadawate of Keilor St Bernards. And station number 9, Patrick Rechko of St Kevin. Station number 10, Broden Bond of Geelong Guild. Station number 11, Gino Asai of Knox. And in station number 12, Nathaniel Ueka of Doncaster. It's going to be our top 5 automatically through in the next 5 fastest times over these 2 heats here in heat number 1 of 2 in the men's under 17 1500.
On your marks. Stand up, please. Check your toes off the line, please. Thank you. On your marks.
So racing now, I think Asai going out to the front. Well, watch out. Sorry, sitting in the middle there. Dylan Egadawate, top seed in this, so top 5 to go through, and then the next 5 fastest times. I think this will be quite a strategic race, Mitch. I can't see any reason why they need to push out hard, but maybe Rechko's deciding, I just want to take a little bit of command here.
Yeah, might just want to give himself a little bit of room. There are a lot of tall bodies and big limbs in there, so if you can keep yourself out of potentially getting checked, falling over, getting nudged, bumped, whatever it is, that's probably a good way to go, and Rechko's going to be the one to do that. So Egadawate on the inside of there and Asai on the outside, sandwiched in between those 2 class athletes is another one in Harvey Anderson. So Anderson in the middle of these 2, and coming around the outside and going wide to do it is going to be William Lewis. But in front there is Rechko, as we mentioned. He's the only one who's been able to get some clear space. Egadawate on the rail now, just starting to reel him in. And now this pack becomes 1. So Rechko still out in front, Egadawate, Anderson, and it is going to be Asai behind him there. 66 on the clock, so certainly moving through in a smooth pace, Tim.
Yeah, it probably is going quicker than it looks. They're moving nicely, so they're stretching. Rechko's done a really good job of setting this one up, so this is going to get rid of the pretenders quite early because the pace is solid. But sitting mid-pack there is Geno Arce. We've seen him in Milers Club. He's been doing quite nicely there and progressing through, low 410s, so he will be a bit of a factor here. But Dylan Egadawate, we're just talking offline just before, saying how good this young kid is looking. We've watched him progress over the last few years in the Keilor St Bernards colours, and he's growing nicely into that body, and he looks like a true middle distance runner now, does Dylan. But Rechko, never discount Rechko, because this guy he's tough as nails, and he doesn't mind getting out there and leading.
No, absolutely not. And he's more than happy to be out there right now. So on the outside, making another tack is going to be Jacob Sprunt. He's just going to settle behind there. So interestingly now, we did see him get out in front and they start to slow it down just a little bit. So they just want to do as much as they can to possibly get through in those top 5 fastest times. If you are one of the guys with not one of the fastest seed times, you are happy that this is moving through at a solid pace. So Rechko's still out in front, 2:17, so certainly slowed it down that time. And it's Egadawate behind him there. Anderson too is moving beautifully. Gino Asai, as we mentioned, right behind him there. And we're going to have another launch around wide there, maybe through the feet of Sprunt. We'll get a better look at it as they come around here. So Rechko, they've been more than happy to let this man go out in front. As you mentioned, tough as nails. Sometimes dangerous leaving somebody like that out in front, but they're certainly more than happy to do so. So this pack of 5 starting to move away just a little bit, certainly not done with yet, but they are looking really, really comfortable out there as they all jostle for a little bit of a position.
So Jack Waters made a bit of a good move there to try and get in touch with that top 5. Just to the outside of him now is that Geelong Guild runner. So I'll spot them as they come through. That's Broden Bond. So Bond now trying to move up and be part of that auto qualifiers. As you see, Waters just dropping back a little bit. Then we've got the Preston runner there in a Crookshanks. So coming through to get 1 lap to go. Top 5 looking settled, but Broden Bond trying to get into the mix there. Also Waters trying to just charge forward again. So nice move by him. Gap then to Crookshanks and then back to Woods from Chilwell.
Yeah, well, Bond certainly brought Waters back into this. So this pack of 5 that looked incredibly comfortable is starting to shift into 6 or 7 if Bond can do it one more time, or maybe now it's time for Waters to bring Bond through. So this pack of 5 looking smooth, but it is going to be Waters to try and latch onto the back of it. As we mentioned, top 5 are automatically through to this final. Now we start to see that class of Egadawade start to show here in heat number 1. Rechko behind there, Anderson, so too is Asai and Sprunt. So these 5 are now starting to edge away a little bit. Waters got to do everything he can to still try and be one of those fastest qualifiers. But these 5 out in front look like they've got it just about locked up. They'll all take a look at each other and count the numbers. Where am I? Who am I? It doesn't matter because these 5 are in there right now. So Egadawade takes a look around. Rechko behind him there. So too Asai. So too Anderson. So too Sprunt. These are your top 5 going through automatically. Waters dug really deep to put himself in a great chance to get through on those fastest times. So too did Bond, as we now see Crookshanks make his way through, Magnus Woods too. So these are the guys now who will wait and see whether or not their times are going to be fast enough to get them through to this final in the men's under 17 1500, as we now see William Lewis make his way to the line, Terry Sidorigas, and so too our Doncaster athlete in Nathaniel Ueka. And those are all our competitors here in heat number 1 of the men's under 17 1500 metres.
Presentation. That's the under 16. No, the under 17.
Yes.
So we'll now go down to our next presentation before introducing the next field, and this is for the women's under 17 1500 metres. Our bronze medalist, representing the St Kevin's Amateur Athletic Club in a time of 4:34.29, Cleo Richardson. Our silver medalist, representing the South Melbourne Athletic Club in a time of 4:25.35, Gabrielle Vincent. And our Victorian champion, the gold medalist, representing Eureka in a time of 4:24.78, Daisy Sudholz. So congratulations, Cleo, Gabrielle and Daisy, our medalists there in the women's under 17 1500. Now back to the 1500 metre start line. We have heat 2 of 2 with the men's under 17s with 12 starters. In station 1 from Old Scotch, Rory Vile. In 2 from Wendouree, Archie Caldo. Station 3 from Deakin, it's Oliver Bradshaw. From Williamstown in Station 4, it's Oliver Burns. From Doncaster, Lachlan Marasco is in 5. Charles Chandler from Eureka is in Station 6. James Pizar Di Chiero from Mentone is in 7. James Gorton, representing St Stephen's, is in Station 8. In Station 9, Harrison Carr from Old Scotch. From Mentone, we have Edward Gibson in Station 10. Station 11, Luke Bikemanis from Mentone. In Station 12, Logan Tickle from South Bendigo. They are the 12 starters, heat 2 of 2, men's under 17 1500.
On your marks.
We are underway here in heat number 2, and it is certainly going to start fast, and it's unsurprising to see Archie Caldo the one to try and lead it out. So you can see that big frame of his trying to keep himself out of trouble. Usually this first 200 metres is where some boys get checked, spiked and everything in between. So Caldo going to lead them out. There's a good little bunch tucked in right behind him there. And one of the greater kits, I believe, is going to be on Harrison Carr with the backwards hat. So won't be missing him if you are somebody looking out for Harrison Carr, I believe that is. But it is Caldo out in front, and on the shoulder there is going to be Jones Gorton of St Stephen's as we see more athletes move their way out to lane 3. So nobody's too afraid to go as wide as they possibly need to find themselves in a position. Caldo slows it down just a little bit, has a little look around, and this pack more than happy to sit behind him.
But what that pack should be looking at is the scores up on the board at the moment. We look at 6, 7 and 8 for 17, 21, 23. They're not slow times, so they need to get a move on if you're not going to be in that top 5. I think it's Vile actually with the backwoods cap doing the fashion statement there. He's the old Scotch runner, but Caldo just controlling pace as you can do if you are a national champion. But Caldo, Jones Gorton looking good as well. Tickle's positioned it beautifully. We saw his sister take a gold just a bit earlier, but now it's Logan's turn here just to try and get himself through to the final here with this men's under 17, and I think he's a type who can quite easily do that.
Well, that's just it, Tim. It's very interesting. As you mentioned, Caldo is a national champion, so he can certainly run this race in his own fashion. Everybody else now has to try and run it around him, so he's certainly going to back his kick in, and it'll be interesting to see who else does too. Obviously, Tickle and the rest of this group behind them certainly think that they've got the wheels to be able to burn themselves into this automatic top 5, and as you mentioned, that 4:23 around that mark is a fast time to beat to get into this final. So now we start to see a little bit of movement through the middle sections of this pack. Caldo has a little bit of a check around to see who that may be that's moving, and it is going to be Jones Gorton moving his way right up on the inside. You are right, it is Rory Vial with the fashion statement backwards cap, beautifully tacked in on the rail, it must be mentioned. As the rest of this field now just starts to maybe move around and realise, yep, Archie is a national champion. Let's not let this get too far away from us as he puts his foot, or I should say flirts his foot on the gas right now, 220 through 800. It's going to have to be picked up just a little bit here.
Yeah, I'm watching guys like Marasco now, and he's moving beautifully alongside Chandler. A little bit of a gap then to Bradshaw. He's got a bit of work to do there, but out front, Caldo's still leading nicely, so the two Scotch boys in there, Harrison Carr still in the mix. A little bit of a gap now to Bradshaw, but he gets back on and he needs to do it. He's just got to work it hard through this lap to try and keep contact with that main bunch.
Yeah, well, you can't afford to switch off at this point of a 1500. It's incredibly easy to do, and these boys would be hyper-focused right now on the back of Archie Caldo. So they're coming down this home straight for the second last time. Don't be surprised if we see a new race leader coming down this home straight before we get into the bend. So it is Caldo. On the outside of him, as you mentioned, it is Tickell. So the two class athletes. On the inside is Vial, and so too is still going to be Jones Gorton. On the outside of them all, one to look out for is Charles Chandler of those Eureka colours. So watch this now, Tim. Now the wheels start to churn. So 350 metres to go. It's called Desperation Date right now. Who can get into that top 5 and who can fly home to be a time qualifier?
So Vile just easing into second position there. Going ahead of Tickle. Gee, it's really on. Marasco's on the rails at the moment. Chandler's taking the long way round in the outside. Good to see him out of those pink shorts and into black. And we see Caldo now just still controlling it. I think Chandler's gone right round the outside and nearly into that second position. He's got probably Carr to the inside, sorry, Tickle to the inside of him.
So here we go. These boys are now absolutely moving. So they know they need to be in this top 5. They're starting to come down out of the final 100. Archie Caldo has had it all his own way, and now he's going to feel a little bit of pressure. So he puts his head to the right and says, who's coming at me? They're going to count themselves down once more. So it is Caldo. So too on his outside is going to be Marasco. Watch these numbers here. Marasco, Caldo. They're all having a look around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Geez, I think a few of these boys will make their way through to the final. We'll have to wait on these official times, but those top 5 just nudged their way through. It'll be interesting to see who those 6th and 7th boys were there, Tim.
Yeah, I think Gorton should be okay to get through on that one because they were tightly bunched, but gee, that was good championship racing. That's how you race a heat, just stick in that pack and see what happens. And great running Marasco, I really like that one. He just bided his time, just came around the outside and got into good position, but hard to go past the class of Archie Caldo.
Oh, who's starting these? Me? Hey, I'm starting this one. 2, 3.
So let's now introduce the field for the next final. It is the women's under 18 1500 metre championship of Victoria. 7 starters. In Station 1, representing Maccabi, Emma de Jong. In 2, from Keilor St Bernard's, Lauren Burke. Station 3, from Geelong Guild, Sophie Coltish. In Station 4, from St Kevin's, Bridie Hill. In Station 5, from Yarra Rangers, Chiara Flavel. In 6, from Mentone, our Ondieki 3,000 metre champion, it is Amy Bunnage. And in 7, from Sandringham, Molly Reiger. So 7 starters in the final of the women's under 18 1500 metres.
So we're underway here in the women's under 18 1500 metres. A very fast start indeed. So these women are going to try and take the speed early. The class athlete of the field, as you mentioned, the Ondieki 3,000 metre winner, Amy Bunnage in the Mentone colours. I think she's just made her way to the front of a field that, as I just mentioned, went out quite fast. So Bunnage is going to lead it out. And the rest of these women are going to try and find their feet right behind her. An incredibly tough runner, strong runner, and knows her race plan to a T. So Amy Bunnage out in front in these yellow and black colours of Mentone. See the rest of this field just behind her now. So she'll be able to dictate it, much like we just saw Archie Caldo do in the second heat there. They're going to let the class athlete of this field take it out. Tucked in nicely behind her there is Chiara Flavel. So too is Bridie Hill. So the rest of this field is in nicely. De Jong on the rail, exactly where you want to be, but it is Bunnage, Tim, out in front.
Certainly is, and don't discount Flavel. Probably wasn't her best season going into the last Milers Club, and then she just went kaboom in an 800 and looked absolutely fantastic, taking a victory there. They're probably thinking, well, how do we beat Bunnage? The only way to beat her is to stick with her. You're not going to do it by trying and chase her down, or else you'll just grind you into the ground. And Bunnage is just doing a great job out there at the moment, but Flavel is working nicely.
Yeah, you probably just want to apply that pressure. Maybe just make it a little bit nervous and go, okay, I'm still here, I'm still here. As long as you can be doing that, there's certainly going to be thoughts running through their head, but it is Bunnage ahead of Flavel. Really comfortable, as you mentioned, Tim. Certainly did go kaboom in an 800 metres, and let's see whether or not that can replicate over the 1500 metre discipline. But it is Bunnage now. Starts to just stretch it out a little bit. Right behind her there is still going to be Flavel, and on the back of her, I believe that is Bridie Hill. So Bridie Hill on the back of Flavel, as Bunnage now just seems like effortlessly starts to just stretch it out. Incredibly comfortable through 700 metres here. Flavel looking really good. Bridie Hill so too. De Jong behind her there. So too is Sophie Coltish. So it is Amy Bunnage who's going to come around through the 800 metres. She's spotted now about 10 to 12 metres on this gap, and Flavel is going to try and lead out Bridie Hill as best she can to chase it down.
So the question now being asked of Flavel, Hill happy to sit there. I think they're now running for silver and bronze as they just see Amy Bunnage slipping away into the distance. Loving the battle between de Jong and Coltish. Coltish sticking like glue. Another little battle back there between Riga and Burke as well, but out front Amy Bunnage doing it all her own way. So Hill's just still sitting there on Flavel. That gap just starting to stretch out. As we see, it's about 500 metres to go. So going through the 1K very shortly. So 1K split around the 2:55, so we're well under the 4:30 mark here. It's a decent time here in this women's under 18 1500.
Oh, it certainly is, and Amy Bunnage is looking really, really smooth out in front. So it is great to see a really good competitor do her work. So she's about to come down and get the bell. Flavel looking really good, and Hill putting up a really, really good challenge there. So this battle for second and third is going to be really interesting. It is De Jong now who's looking like she's really comfortable in that fourth place position, but Sophie Coltish not too far away. So 300 metres to go. Amy Bunnage is still stretching it out. She looks like she at least has another few gears in her going up the back straight. Flavel now trying to drop off Hill. This second and third place battle looking incredibly strong, and I don't think Flavel might try and move through on the back straight now. So it is Amy Bunnage leading out this women's under 18 1500 metre championship. Flavel now going to try and launch on the back straight. Hill not done with yet, but with 180 metres to go, it is all Amy Bunnage.
I think we've seen the break here between 2 and 3 as well. Great running by Bridie Hill, but I think Flavel's just going to have the legs in that last lap. Don't write her off yet as we see Amy Bunnage coming through. She is a champion young runner. Let's get behind her here at Lakeside. She's going to take this under 18. Add that to the Ondieki crowd. We're seeing some good running here. Time check 4:17 going through now. So very impressive winning time here. Amy Bunnage, Mentone, takes another championship here at Lakeside Stadium. Kiara Flavel stepping up to the 15. We'll see her in action next week over 800. That's more her comfort distance. So good running there for Bunnage. Flavel silver. And then Hill, big run for her. Now, De Jong from Maccabi. Good to see those Maccabi colours out in force this weekend. And Emma De Jong, well, she'll take that 4th position. Nice run, Sophie Coulter. She'll be, well, good time there, 4:47 thereabouts. So next one in will be Molly Reiger from Sandringham. And then we'll have Lauren Burke from Keilor St Bernard's rounding out the field here in the women's under 18 1500 metres.
On the track now is our men's under 18 1500 metres final. 17 competitors in this event. Let's see how many I can get right here. In station number 1, Sam Albiston of Mentone. Station number 2, Toby Rosado of Preston. Station number 3, Ben Mornane of Eureka. Station number 4, Joshua Augustinus of Old Zaverians. And station number 5, Tommy Cluckow of Old Scotch. Station number 6, Wolfgang Kotranamesi of Collingwood. Station number 7, Nathan Munro of Old Scotch. Station number 8, Jack Ellis of Athletics Chilwell. In station number 9, Angus McAfee of Bendigo. In station number 10, Asher Grodsky of Maccabee. In station number 11, Alex Link of Ivanhoe. Station number 12, Harrison Boyd of Bendigo. Station number 13, Bailey Wilson of Athletics Chilwell. In station number 14, Evander Scott of Athletics Chilwell. In station number 15, Joshua Johnson of Eureka. Station number 16, Kevin Zhu of Glen Huntly. And rounding it out in station number 17, Alexander Angus of Old Melburnians. These are all 17 starters in the men's under 18 1500 metre final. So we're underway here in the men's under 18 1500 metres, and it is going to be Wolfgang Kotranamesi, who just put his foot on the brakes a little bit there, but he is going to be still leading it out. So a massive final here of 17. And I don't want to be repeating myself like a broken record, but you do want to try and stay out of trouble as best you can through the first 200 metres, and Kotranamesi with those long limbs is doing just that. So the rest of this field happy to sit behind. As we mentioned, it is a straight final. Sam Albiston of Mentone on the inside of Kotranamesi. As the rest of this field makes their way around, and we will get these numbers as they come past us here. Going wide, I believe there is Toby Rosado of Preston. Kotranamesi leading it out. On the shoulder, not too far away, is Alexander Angus, the second fastest seed time into this. Augustinus on the inside for Old Zaverians. Albiston too, but it is Wolfgang Kotranamesi coming up to 400 metres who's going to lead them out.
Interesting to see the split time here. It won't be a quickie. I think we're going to see a real dash for the cash towards the end of this, because they're just going to kick it down beautifully. So Kotranamesi, he's already got the World Under 20 15 qualifying standard, so he doesn't need to go fast tonight. He's just after a championship, and isn't that nice to have in your kit bag? But just to the outside of him, that's is that the Chilwell runner? He's looking very strong. So it's, which one's that? Bailey Wilson or Evander Scott? We'll just make that as they come around. But Wolfgang Kotranamesi is out for a Sunday run at the moment.
Yeah, and for the third straight race, they're letting the class competitor of the field have it his own way. So Colchin and Messi, no problems whatsoever leading out this pack behind. There are 16, 15 runners, we'll call it, right behind him there. So certainly anybody who wants to make a move can make one. Colchin and Messi still leading on the rail there. It is Angus now. Here comes Augustinus on the outside. So a little look on the inside shoulder and he says, all right now, it's time to race, boys.
I was waiting for something like that, and Augustinus doesn't surprise me that he's the man who takes up that challenge. So nice little move. Seeing a little bit of trouble there in that mid-pack as the body started to come together with that little response. But Kochemisi, he wouldn't be raising a sweat at the moment. Angus also looking nice at the moment too. Elbiston should be up in the mix too, and I think you can see the Mentone colours just moving to the outside there, also with the old Scotch colours there. I think that's Nathan Munro.
Well, I think that's also Harrison Boyd towards the outside of that pack. So he's got a 3:58 to his name, if I've seen that correctly. So now look at the injection of pace in this field. So it only took one. It took Augustinus to try and take it up to Kochemisi. And now he's awoken the beast. Albiston behind him there. So he gets himself into a really nice position. Augustinus still on the inside. Angus on the outside there. He's not going anywhere. So now we see this field. Geez, this is going to be an unbelievable finish. There are 16, 15 competitors not far away from it, but the class of the field is at the front, and now they start to ramp it up.
Yeah, they certainly do. So this pace is now going to go right down. Albiston to the outside. Now we're seeing one of the other runners, I think, not sure which one that was, making a move. Sorry, Boyd. Yeah, Boyd. Saw Boyd go from 201 to 157 over 800. This guy has got legs, and we're seeing those legs really start to move 300 out. Kochemisi leading from Angus. Boyd going to the outside. Boy, he looks good.
Well, geez, you want to be the hunter or the hunted? Because right now the hunter's at the front. Boyd, he made his way known from the middle of the pack, and he's right on the shoulder of Wolfgang Kochemisi. Angus on the inside too, so it's Boyd, Kochemisi and Angus. I think Albiston might be just out of it. Look at Boyd make his way on the outside. He's come from Bendigo. He wants the man from Collingwood, and he's got him on the ropes with 100 to go. Wolfgang Kochemisi on the inside. Harrison Boyd on the outside. I think Angus might just be out of it, but here comes the class, the flex of the muscles of our Collingwood competitor, and Wolfgang Kochemisi. He's going to salute for the under-18 title. Gets it over the top of Boyd. Albiston, Augustinus on the outside. Angus is going to settle for fifth.
We'll probably wait for photo on that one, because Albiston might have got himself across the line, so we'll wait to see what photo says. But what a race. So Kochemisi, as Mitch said, just a little bit of class coming to the fore, but Boyd just challenged and made that race really hard. You can see that they were going slow early, but look at the exhaustion at the end of that one. That was a kick down. We saw Augustinus, also Albiston, just going head to head there. What a race. So just looking at the photo, and it looks like Sam Albiston got 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th with that little dash. It looks like he did get the bronze medal, so well done. So now let's go to the presentation for the women's under 18 1500 metres. In third place, in the time of 4:34.40, representing St Kevin's, Bridie Hill. In our silver medal position, representing Yarra Rangers, in the time of 4:31.35, Kiara Flavel. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion in time of 4:27.52, representing Mentone, Amy Bunnage. So congratulations there to Bridie, also Kiara and Amy, our medalists in the women's under 18 1500 metres. So let's draw our attention now to the other side of the track for the final of the women's under 20 1500 metres. We have 12 starters. In station 1, representing South Melbourne, Ola Evans. In 2, from St Stephen's Harriers, Emily Bartlett. Sky Ellis from Athletics Chilwell is in station 3. Kiralee Turver from Mornings Peninsula in 4. In station 5, Zoe Woods from Chilwell. In 6, Sophie Bolmat from Sandringham. Emily Morton from Athletics Southwest is in station 7. Station 8, Matilda Strugnall, Sandringham. Also from Sandringham, we have Amber Lowe in station 9. Station 10, Tully Rowe from Bendigo University. Michaela Young from Collingwood Harriers is in 11, and Megan Dixon from Deakin is in station 12. 12 starters, women's under 20 1500 metre final.
So we're underway here in the women's under 20 1500, and this is going to be a bit of a faster start than we've seen across the board in the finals. And from this perspective, we will wait and see who gets to the front first before we make a call.
It was anything like that last one, though.
And I believe that may be Tully Rowe who gets her way towards the front, but we'll have to get a better look at it as they make their way around this bend.
Wouldn't surprise me. Rowe did make it through to the final, or she's in the final of the Mile Championship just last week. Beautiful night here at Lakeside for the Victorian Mile Champs, and Rowe acquitted herself beautifully in that event, stepping up to the open age group. So the Bendigo University runner looking good. So Emily Morden also in the mix, as you would expect. She's done so well lately. I think Rose to the outside. It's Megan Dixon leading the way. Once again, a runner who doesn't mind getting out there and just setting the pace. So Dixon, Morden, Rowe. Then to the inside, that's Sky Ellis. So also travelling along nicely this season, Sky Ellis. She had a big run at Milers Club as well.
Well, also on the outside there, making a little move is Strugnall of Sandringham. So there's a lot of women with a similar time now right around each other as we go through this first lap, and about a 76. So looking good. Dixon, as you said, no stranger to the front. More than happy to take this out and maybe set a pace that she's comfortable with and dictate this race as best she possibly can. So the women behind her are certainly class, and she's a class competitor at the front. They're all nicely bunched, and through the first 500 metres, nobody's been dropped, and nobody's even looking within sight of being dropped at the moment, Tim. So certainly his pace has slowed down just a little bit. Will we see an injection as they make their way around this front straight?
Yeah, as you're saying, Dixon does like to lead, but this is a different strategy for Megan. She usually leads and goes hard, but this time she's leading and controlling pace. I think trying to then rely on her own 800-metre kick towards the end. Seeing a little bit of a move to the outside there. We'll try and pick up who that is. Someone just getting that little bit impatient and deciding that it's time to go and just pick up that pace. You'll watch Morden will respond. She's gone to the outside there. I think it was Sky Ellis. It was Sky who's taken the lead now. Zoe Woods is another one to watch out for. Gee, she ran so well last week as well. So good to see Zoe back in the mix.
Well, look at Sky Ellis. She's certainly found her stride there, and she's going to bring through with her Emily Morden. So two very class competitors now making their way towards the front of the field, and they're going to try and do it their way. So Sky Ellis, Morden on the outside, Dixon still on the inside. As we see a little bit of movement, as I mentioned earlier, Matilda Strugnall as well of Sandringham making her way up the field. They're through 800 metres. There's about a pack of 8. I can't count well. It could be 9, could be 7, but no matter what, there is a good group of women at the front of this race, and at the helm of it is going to be Sky Ellis. So as they move their way up this back straight, It's going to be interesting to see who can get themselves towards the front, and it may just be Emily Modern. No, she's just been passed on the outside.
Yeah, so Tully Rowe, I think, might have taken the lead. Good move by Ola Evans to break out of the chase pack as well to try and make it up there. But out front, that's where the action is now. So Morden is on the rail. She's in third. You've got, I think that is Rowe who's leading as they come into the home straight. Dixon, you know, she was setting the pace, but as I said, setting it comfortably. So there's still a lot of juice left in her tanks. And this is looking good. Sky Alice now sitting in that fourth position, then Woods. And then I think it's struggling in the next position, then Low. But one lap to go. Megan Dixon controlling pace, going for it now. Morden's got a bit of a job to do here. She'll go to the outside. Tully Rowe in between her.
Well, as you mentioned, Tim, a different tactic to Megan Dixon, and maybe that's exactly what she needed here. So that injection of pace is certainly booming as she makes her way into this back straight. So Megan Dixon asking a hell of a lot of questions of this field, and there might only be a few with the answers. The one to try and chase her down now is going to be Emily Modern, and Tully Rowe still in third. So Emily Morden now starting to creep up on the shoulder of Dixon, who's looked incredibly comfortable. Morden now starting to edge. Dixon's going to be the one to have the rail leading into this bend. So it's Dixon, Morden and Rowe about 10 metres back. But here we go now. Emily Morden just on the shoulder of Dixon, Tim.
So this will be a good finish here. Morden is a steeple chaser as well, so she's got courage and she's got strength, and we're just seeing that play out now in this last 100 metres. Dixon's done everything she can to win this race, but Emily Morden will be the winner. I can't see Dixon running it down from there. Look at those arms pump. Morden's in great shape here, great form, so time check 4:35. Great running, Emily. That'll take the championship, so good run from Morden. She'll win it. Dixon will settle for silver. Sky Alice comes over the top of Tully Rowe. She'll get the bronze. And then Rowe will be in fourth. Looks like Struggle in next position. And then Low. Woods will be next up. Then we'll have our runner from Mornington Peninsula, and that's Kirley Turver. Then the taller figure there, Michaela Young from Collingwood Harriers. The St Stephen's runner there will be Bartlett, and Ola Evans from South Melbourne next in. And final finisher there, Sophie Bolmat from Sandringham. And that rounds out yet again another exciting race in the 1500s. They've really served it up to us tonight, haven't they, Mitch?
Yeah, absolutely they have. We've seen a lot of tough competitors there and a lot of really good 1500 metre races as we are going to go down, and we have a presentation of one of those classic 1500 metre events we saw a little earlier, Tim, and geez, these boys put it on the line.
So let's go to our next presentation. It is the men's under-18 1500 metre championship. Our bronze medalist in a time of 4:07:31 from Old Zavarians, Joshua Augustinus in second position, and our silver medalist in a time of 4:06:51 representing Bendigo Harriers, Harrison Boyd. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion in the time of 4:05:51 from Collingwood Harriers, Wolfgang Kotra Nemesi. So congratulations to the medalists there in the men's under-18 1500 metres. So next event is the final of the men's under-20 1500 metres. We have 17 starters. Bradley Ganley from Western AFS is in 1. In 2, Thomas Diamond from Box Hill. Jerry Eng from Melbourne Uni in 3. Matthew Payton from Knox is in 4. In 5, Bailey Morrell from Knox. From Old Scotch, Fred Leeton is in Station 6. In Station 7, Samuel Blood from Ballarat YCW. From Sandringham, William Garbalotto is in Station 8. Station 9, Reese Hadfield from Knox. Station 10, Logan Janetsky from Glen Huntley. From Mentone, Hudson Bucci is in 11. Archie Noakes from Athletics Essendon is in 12. Alexander Gibson from Mentone is in 13. Douglas Buckeridge from Box Hill is in 14. In 15, Mitchell Langbourne from Keilor St Bernards. In 16, Nicholas Martin Knox. And in 17, Charlie Rogers from Glen Huntley. A stacked field, 17 starters, men's under 20, 1500 metre final.
On your marks. Stand them up. Make sure you're behind the line, guys. On your marks.
So a lot of talk in the box here. Who do we pick? Mitch Dyer's put his house on Buckeridge. I'm putting my house on Diamond, but it's Rogers who's getting out early. Mitch, how's it going to play out?
Well, I don't have much of a house, so I wouldn't really be backing me too hard. I think this field is so good that it could really be anybody's game, but they're going to get out fast, and maybe the foot will be put on the brakes a little bit. Thomas Diamond tucked in right behind there, and I believe that is going to be Martin. So it is our Knox competitor out in front there in Martin, and right behind him there is Thomas Diamond. And look at this plethora of talent just making their way down this home straight. This is going to be an absolute treat as Garbalotto now makes his way around right on the outside. Doug Buckeridge on the inside there too, and look at the movement here.
I'm glad you said that word, plethora. Someone in Tasmania will be very happy right now. But, gee, this is really stacked. We've got Garbalotto, we've got Janetsky. We have got a stacked field here. Buckeridge already got that world under 20 mark. So has Diamond. Charlie Rogers has had a breakthrough season, and he's the man who tries to break it up. Mitch, what a move.
Yeah, here he is. Cheeky Rogers, I called him last week. He was saluting the crowd last week. Let's see whether or not he can do it today. So Rogers goes to the front, and the man who's going to follow is going to be Thomas Diamond. So Diamond doesn't want anything to get away. Another class competitor is Archie Noakes, and look at him make his way from the middle of the pack to get right on the heels of the World Junior Qualifier. So this race is only heating up. Diamond behind him there. Janetsky not far away either. Garbalotto within the touch. And this field, as they make their way down this home straight, Rogers leading it out, and a whole bunch of classes right behind him, Tim.
Don't forget you got Langbourne in here as well. Won the B race at miles in 3:52. Massive breakthrough for Mitch, and he's a tough runner. Janetsky sitting in next position, then Hadfield, then Garbalotto, and great to see Bailey Morrell out there as well. Gap then back to Martin, then Bucci.
Well, this pack is strung out. They're giving each other as much room as they possibly can. There seems to be an element of respect in this final. 2:03 on the clock, so they're certainly not messing about. You think they're only going to ramp it up from here. So let's watch and see what happens on this back straight. Noakes beautifully tucked in on the inside there in fourth as they start to make their way around. Doug Buckeridge has bided his time on the shoulder of Diamond, and it's still Charlie Rogers out in front. As you mentioned, Langbourne, as we now start to see Logan Janetsky with that blonde streak of hair move on the shoulder of Langbourne. So now they're going to stretch it one more time. Charlie really wants to keep it on the inside there. Diamond pushing his way on the outside on his shoulder. Langbourne not far away. Here comes Doug Buckeridge. Noakes. Every man is going for it on this home straight, Tim.
So we're coming down to get one lap to go. I've seen men's open championships of weaker fields than this. This is absolutely stacked, and look at them going for it. Get right behind this group. This is a sensational age group here in Victoria, and we're going to see a lot of these young men really marching their ways towards Australian representation. Diamond, Buckeridge, Noakes, Langbourne, Janetsky, Hadfield just drifting back a bit. Garbalotto behind him. Rogers is done.
We'll watch this now. The training partners out of the Stephen Ellinghouse stables are going to be the ones to try and boom up the back straight. Diamond going to lead out Buckeridge. Here comes Langbourne. He's 5 metres away. So it's going to be the Box Hill 1-2 punch. Can they keep it that way? 180 metres to go. Thomas Diamond has been the name that's been thrown around. Doug Buckeridge has won a national title in his day. Diamond now puts his foot on the accelerator. How many reps have these blokes done to know the tactics? Diamond on the inside starts to stretch away from Doug Buckeridge. It is Thomas Diamond. It was, it is, and it always will be in this men's under 20 1500. Watch the clock. 3:47, 48, 49. Gives us the celebration. Says, settle down. It's my year. Comes through now Mitch Langbourne for third. Noakes, Janetsky, Garbalotto, Hadfield 2. Geez, some fantastic racing. Bailey Morell. Here comes Charlie Rogers. Did so much of that work early, Tim, as this field now makes their way through. Nicholas Martin of Knox now greets it. And coming through is going to be Hudson Bucci. Behind him there is Fred Leeton. As we have three competitors left on the track, but what a performance at the top. Thomas Diamond also had time to celebrate.
I think you owe me your apartment in Upper Gumbucka West now, Mitch. So I got the winner there, but gee, that was an under 20 men's final. Jerry Eng coming through now. Also Blood still to finish, but gee, it definitely is an under 20 final to remember. We'll be talking about this one for years to come.
Yeah, as you mentioned, there have been open finals that have a little bit of a weaker field than that, and these two training partners, it's all fair in love and war at the finish line, but you certainly want to try and get there first, and really, really well done by Thomas Diamond. I'd love to know what that celebration was all about, so hopefully he can let us know, but a great race in the end as we see our final competitor of this men's under 20 1500 make his way through. A great race there from Samuel Blood as he runs a PB and salutes the crowd as well. So a fantastic under 20 men's 1500 metre final, one that we'll certainly remember.
So let's now go to our next presentation, and it is for the women's under 20 1500 metre final. Our bronze medalists representing Athletics Chilwell in time of 4:42.72, Sky Alice. Our silver medalist from the Deakin Athletic Club in a time of 4:40.75, Megan Dixon. And our gold medalist, the new Victorian champion in a time of 4:38.34, representing Athletics Southwest, Emily Morden. So congratulations to our medalists there in the women's under 20 1500 metres. Let's introduce the field now to the final of the Women's Open 1500 metres. The 55th running of this event. Championship record 4:08.98 set by Lyndon Hall in 2017. Current title holder Abby Caldwell 4:32.51. Most wins 4 by Jenny Orr, Jackie Perkins, Anne Cross and Amanda Paulin. Let's introduce your field of this prestigious final. In Station 1, representing St Stephen's Harriers, Andrea de Jong. Station 2 from Melbourne University, Rosie Donegan. Station 3 from Box Hill Athletic Club, Julie Fitt. Station 4 representing St Stephen's Harriers, Brigitte Humphrey. From Athletics Essendon in Station 5, Madison Caulfield. Station 6 from Geelong Guild, Tess Rhodes. Station 7, representing Melbourne University Athletic Club, Alexandra Bucky Smith. In 8, from Athletics Essendon, Matisse Lazari. From Melbourne University Athletic Club in Station 9, Eleanor Benson. In 10, also from Melbourne University, it is Rebecca Green. In 11, from the Mentone Athletic Club, Claudia Hollingsworth. In 12, from Essendon, it is Isabel Girardi. Station 13, from Western Athletics, Janae McCrell. Station 14, from Bendigo University, Nicolette Lesberg. And in Station 15, representing Williamstown, Lucinda Rourke. 15 starters in the final of the Women's Open, 1500 metres.
So we're underway here in the Women's Open 1500 metre final. The mad scramble for the front continues. It seems like we do have a suitor, and we'll try and get a good understanding of who that is. It may be Nicolette Lesberg potentially at the front from Bendigo. They'll work their way around. Or I could be completely wrong. It could be Claudia Hollingsworth.
So it's going to be interesting to see the strategies here. Hollingsworth obviously having an exemplary season here, and she is smooth as butter as she gets out there on the track. And you could say she's got more front also than David Jones. I'm just slipping that one in for Glenn Turner. So as they settle, let's just see as they come through. The pace is not on. I think Hollingsworth just happy to sit there. Rebecca Green, once again, what a season she's having. She's sitting in that second position. She won the Vic 5K. Now it's Madison Caulfield, Rosie Donegan. Isn't it great to see Rosie back on the track here at Lakeside? So at the moment, Caulfield on the inside, Hollingsworth. Donegan to the outside. Green sitting in the pocket there.
Yeah, well, a return season for Madison Caulfield as well, a junior national champion in her time. So good to see her back on the track. And Rosie Donegan, as you mentioned, a class competitor. It's Hollingsworth on the inside. Caulfield just going to get right on the outside of her, and Donegan tucked in beautifully in fourth position. So these women are going to make their way through. You don't want to have it all Claudia Hollingsworth's way, which we've seen in previous races. So Maddie Caulfield is going to try and mitigate that as best she can, as this is nicely strung out. But this front pack of 6 or 7 might try and make their way away from the rest of the field as they start to do so now, Tim.
So another one to watch will be Lucinda Rourke. We saw her run so well in the Victorian Mile Championship not so long ago here on this track. So she's another one to respect over this distance. So just seeing the form of Caulfield at the moment, as Mitch was saying, having a bit of a breakthrough year. Donegan's going quite wide, just sitting out and controlling pace as well. Green's in a great position though. She's sitting very nicely there. Rourke's just behind her. Then we've got McCrell, another big breakthrough season here for Janae McCrell from Western A's. Matisse Lazari next. Ali Benson in next position. Then Tess Rhodes, Julie Fitt. Out front, 2 laps to go. Mitch, how are you calling it?
Well, I'd say Hollingsworth looks really comfortable there in third position. But as you mentioned, Donegan and Caulfield doing a lot of the work. Green, a really good season for her. And Lucinda Rourke's going to be the next Florida Gator from Australia. So she's certainly got the pedigree to keep on moving through. So Caulfield leading through 800. There hasn't been a lot of change in position, but certainly in pace, as well as the strung out nature of this field as we start to see a move now from the future Florida Gator. So Lucinda Rourke creeps up into 4th place, right on the shoulder of Hollingsworth. Caulfield still leading it out. Donegan in 2nd place there, and Green just at the back there of Lucinda Rourke. So Tim, they start to go through the gears that they all have. Claudia Hollingsworth still seems to be stuck in a pretty low one. The rest of this field trying to move away from the class of this one.
Well, I think the pace they've gone out. Watch out for our 800 metre runners here, and that will be Hollingsworth and Green. They're the 2 to watch, I think, as they start to kick down, and we're seeing just that. Green's launching for it. She's going to make it hard for Hollingsworth, or she's going to make her work really, really hard for this championship. Now Rourke goes again, so she got a medal in the mile. She wants one in the 15. Green, the New Zealander, leading Hollingsworth at the moment. Lucinda Rourke, Rosie Donegan, Madison Caulfield won't have that pull over the last lap to get back in into the mix of those medals. Hollingsworth now going to the outside of green. It is on out front. Lucinda Rourke won't have the legs either. She doesn't have that 800 speed, so it is those two 8 specialists now who are really leading it out.
Well, Hollingsworth has just bided her time, but Green's certainly not going anywhere. So Claudia Hollingsworth starts to shift through the pedigree that she has. She's going to try and drop off Green with 200 metres to go, but I think that's going to be tough work. Hollingsworth now finds the next gear. She's beautiful in motion. Green with the arms pumping, going to do her best. Look at the back of the field here. Madison Caulfield trying to just latch onto the back of Lucinda Rourke and Rosie Donegan, but at the front of the field, the class is now showing down this home straight. Claudia Hollingsworth, she's found a gear when nobody else could, and she will move away and claim this women's open 1500 metre title. Just a tick over the 420. Green's going to settle for second. Lucinda Rourke flies for third. Donegan for fourth. A hard-fought battle for Madison Caulfield there for fifth place. A fantastic women's open final, and Claudia Hollingsworth just able to move away at the end there and look incredible doing it. Mackerel now comes through for six, as we now see Julie Fitt too. Here comes down to the line Isabel Girardi, and behind her there is going to be Eleanor Benson as the rest of the field makes their way down. That's Tess Rhodes. Behind her too is Matisse Lazari. As we see our next competitor here at Melbourne University, Alexandra Bucky Smith. So too Andrea De Jong to round out this women's open 1500 metre final. But Tim, Claudia Hollingsworth, a beautifully executed race.
Yeah, great racing, but G Green threw it down to her. That move 400 out really put the wind up Hollingsworth a little bit, but the class rose through. But great running there. Good to see Lucinda Rourke too, just battling out to get that bronze. Let's turn our attention back down to the presentation area for our men's under-20 championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist in a time of 3:53.12, representing Keilor St Bernard's, Mitchell Langborn. Our silver medalist in a time of 3:51.77, representing Box Hill, Douglas Buckeridge. And our gold medalist, Victorian champion in a time of 3:50.17, representing Box Hill, Thomas Diamond. So congratulations to Mitch, Doug and Thomas, our medalists there in the men's under-20 1500 metre championship.
All right, Martin, Brian, Martin definitely wants to go home.
Let's go to the first of two preliminary heats here for the men's open 1500 metres. Heat number 1, 16 starters. In station 1, representing the Ivanhoe Harriers, David Gregg. Station 2 from Mentone, Geordie Hoare. In 3, Jake Stevens from Mornington Peninsula. From Keilor St Bernard's, Patrick Matthews is in 4. Harrison Doley from Gippsland Athletic Club is in 5. John Portwood from Doncaster in 6. In 7, we saw him get silver in the Victorian Mile Championship. From Wellington AC, it is Craig Huffer. In 8, from Box Hill, Nicholas Baggett. In 9, representing Mentone, Alexander Ruder. In 10, from Old Scotch, Tom Bowers. In 11, from Box Hill, Scott Benedict. In 12, from St Kevin's, William Lewis. In 13, from Eureka, Jordan Mayston. In 14, from Melbourne University, Stephen Langdon. In 15, from Athletics Nunawading, Alan Vernal. And in 16, from Melbourne University, Bryn Lonergan. So 16 starters, heat 1 of 2, men's open 1500.
On your marks.
So we are away in heat number 1 of 2 in this men's open 1500 metres. The top 5 will automatically go through, and it's the next best 5 fastest times over these 2 heats. And Craig Huffer is quick to get out the front. Right behind him there is going to be Will Lewis. So a few class competitors there, and our old Scotch athlete behind him is going to be Tom Bowers, who has won a state title over 5,000 metres, I believe, before. So Tom Bowers certainly has the range in him. Huffer has the experience, and Will Lewis, well, he has a bit of it all. So he's going to sit right on the outside there through the first 200 metres. Jake Stevens stepping up through to this 1,500 metres. David Grieg, Nick Baggett, everybody trying to find a spot here at the moment, Tim.
So good to see Paddy Matthews go in the cap as well. That's a new look for Paddy. But Huffer, we saw him come second to Hussey in the mile, led most of the way until that last 400. And Lewis looking very, very comfortable. Bowers also, as Mitch said, he's won the under 25k. He's got legs. He can really move over this distance. So Maston from Eureka sitting there in that 5th position. Top 5 to go through, then the next 5 fastest times. Interesting, Mitch, we're seeing a few of the 800-metre runners stepping up to this distance tonight because of the split program.
Yeah, well, I mean, you might as well if you can. And Jake Stevens, he's about as tough as they come as well. So I honestly reckon you could drop him anywhere and tell him to do anything and he'll try and win it. So Craig Huffer's certainly not going to leave anything to chance. He's very, very honest, Craig Huffer. He knows how to run these races, and he's going to stretch out the likes of Will Lewis and Bowers behind him there. Stevens on the back, and Nick Baggett just claiming on or clambering onto the back of this, I'll call it the front pack, because Huffer's now got about 15 metres, the man from Wellington. So spent some time overseas, been on that international circuit, knows what he's doing. Lewis is going to lead out Bowers. I'm loving the hat on Paddy Matthews. As we mentioned, Jake Stevens, Nick Baggett. This next pack led by David Grieg and John Portwood are going to try and peg it back, but it's Craig Huffer, and then the rest are fighting out for those automatic positions.
So Huffer's just one of those athletes you love watching, that beautiful smooth movement of a middle distance runner in form, and we're just seeing that out front of this field. He's now out by 20 metres, so Craig will probably just take the foot off the gas before too long. He's sort of put the dent in. You've got a group of 5 chasing, so remember, top 5 go through, next 5 will then proceed. It looks like Dave Gregg's now the one trying to make the move and get up into a good position.
Yeah, well, we watched David Grieg at the State Relay Championships will his way and his Ivanhoe team up to a medal, so maybe he can will this pack up towards this top 6. Right now it is Craig Huffer. I do say top 6 because, yes, Craig Huffer is in this race, although 30 metres ahead. So Craig Huffer, Will Lewis has been left to do the running at the front of this pack. Tom Bowers, he maybe has a little look over his shoulder and says, anybody else want to have a go at this as they reach the bell? Craig Huffer on for about a 3:45, 3:46 right now. Will Lewis leading out Bowers, Stevens. So too now Nick Baggett goes right on the shoulder of Patrick Matthews, as we now see a new change there. It's going to be Steve Langdon of Melbourne Uni to try and peg it back. So it's Huffer and the rest of the pack trying to fight it out, and let's see who can get that automatic spot.
So Baggett's got a little bit of work to do. So you've got Matthews currently sitting in that first auto. Langdon is, you're saying too, is just starting to move up nicely as well. I think we might see a little bit of a change over this last 200, but look at the battle on now between Bowers and also Lewis with, Matthews just battling on nicely to try and hold that 5th spot, and I think he will.
Yeah, so Craig Huffer, I think his legs are a little bit tired. The rest of these boys are starting to move through, but he's done enough to be able to get himself into it. So Craig Huffer takes a look on the inside shoulder and knows that he's going to make his way through to the final. It's Will Lewis, Bowers, Stevens, and so too. Look at Patrick Matthews. He's not satisfied with just being the last one to qualify through. So Huffer's going to come down and get it. Will Lewis, Bowers, Matthews, and Stevens, as we do see Nick Baggett hold on there for 6th position. So now these next group of boys are going to have to wait patiently for this second heat. Huffer did try and lead them through quick, but nobody quite went up with him. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not that's enough to get through to the final. But some great racing nonetheless, and that's about backing in your race tactics and knowing how to make it through. So a good performance here in heat number 1 as we see Alan Vernal rounded out. As our heat number 2 is on the line, as we mentioned, the first 5 automatic and then the next 5 fastest times spread across the 2 heats.
So I think Mason was in just under that 4-minute mark. So the guys lining up on the other side there, sort of the times you'll be looking at. And I think for most of that field too, Mitch, they should be quite comfortable in doing just that.
We're looking so good then, weren't we?
So let's now go heat 2 of 2, men's open 1,500 metres. 16 starters. Benjamin Gibson from Sandringham is in station 1. Matthew Sostarik from Essendon is in 2. Station 3 from Shepparton, it's Glenn McMillan. Station 4 from Yarra Rangers, Harry Norman. Matthew Goff from Glen Huntly is in 5. Tyler Denboa from Melbourne University is in 6. Alex Gruen from Old Melburnians is in Station 7. Seth Chan from Old Scotch is in 8. Jacob Bell from Keolis and Burners in 9. Matthew Hussey, the mile champion from Western Athletics, he's in Station 10. Aidan Dubuisson from St Stephen's is in 11. Jesse Dunsmore, Frankston in 12. In Station 13, Kai Davies from Mornington Peninsula. From Old Scotch, Jonathan Giacomis is in 14. Also from Old Scotch, Edward Baisha, bronze medalist in the mile, he is in 15. And in 16, Sam Bunnage from Mentone. 16 starters, heat 2 of 2, men's open 1500.
On your marks.
So we are underway here in Heat 2 of number 2, our final race of the evening for day 1 of the Victorian Championships, and it is the men's open 1500 metres. Top 5 automatic in the next 5 fastest times across the 2 heats will make it through to the final as they make their way out, and they've certainly gone out with a little bit of pace. So I know the first one did as well at the hands of Craig Huffer, but this one seems a little bit more connected. So these boys now will find their spot through the first 200 metres. We'll get a look at who is leading this out. I know that is Edward Baisha in second place there in that notable Old Scotch red, and I believe that may be Benjamin Gibson leading out this entire field in Heat 2. So he's going to try and make it as honest as he possibly can, and a few good competitors tucked in behind him there. Norman Harvey, I should say, beautifully poised, and so too coming around now is Sammy Bunnage as they make their way through, and Matt Hussey, the class of that calibre of athlete, just sitting in the middle of the field there, Tim.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about Hussey's tactics tonight. No doubt he'll put himself in that top 5 as he so should, being the male champion twice of Victoria. Wearing the tights tonight too, bit of a fashion statement there, Mitch. I'm glad you don't wear them. Hussey doesn't look too bad in them.
Be really concerning if I had them on up here, but I mean, I wouldn't put it past me. I've worn some weirder things in my time as we now start to see this group make their way, and I think he's heard his name and risen to the occasion, Matty Hussey, because now he's put himself in that 5th automatic spot. So he knows exactly what sort of race tactics he needs to get through, and he's looking really, really nice there. So too is Ed Baisha, and in front of him there from our Old Melburnians is Alex Gruen, a good athlete in his own right. So they're beautifully tucked in behind Benjamin Gibson there, leading them through nicely. Jesse Dunsmore on the back of Matty Hussey as they make their way through and try and keep themselves in the realm of possibility for that top 5, 151 through 700, and it's nicely paced. Hussey on the outside, looking good on the shoulder of Sammy Bunnage.
So Gibson's coming in with a 350 seed time. I don't know anything about him. I've not called him in a race. So he's a bit of an X factor, this one. But a 350 seed time means that this guy can run. Sitting in second position there is Gruen. He was our 800-metre champion from the championships last year. So Gruen, the Old Melburnian, looking good. Baisha knows how to run a race like this, and you can see Hussey just biding his time sitting there. Norman to the inside of him. I can see Dunsmore just thereabouts as well. Goff should be in the picture too, and Dubuisson, I think, also sitting at the back of that pack, and then Sostarek. So good, leading here from Gibson. He is controlling pace nicely. Gruen looking very comfortable. He's got the wheels over 800, so once again, you're going to see some of these 800 runners really coming to the fore.
Well, I had a feeling as well last year, we sort of slept on Alex Gruen as well. We didn't mention him too much, and he came out and took the state title. So he does have the wheels, and now we see a few impatient bodies behind there. So they're going to try and find a way through any way they possibly can. And look at Harry Norman on the inside there. The gate was wide open, and he's trying to shut it. So Norman goes in there. Hussey beautifully poised wide on the whale. Our early race leader, and Benjamin Gibson on the outside. He's not done with that. Gruen not far away. Neither is Baisha. So watch him move now. Bunnage on the back of it. The man who got himself in the best position was Harry Norman, and he's going to try and keep it. Here comes the class now of Matty Hussey. Creeps up on the shoulder like a silent assassin, Gruen. So too now's Baisha, and on the shoulder of him is still Benjamin Gibson. 200 metres to go, Tim, and these boys are flying.
So another one to watch. Maybe Bell will go to the outside here. He's got a bit of work to do, but it's looking good with Hussey's just sitting in a good position. Norman just barged his way to the front, and he's going to control this down the front straight and should get the spot. Hussey Hussey gets a little run out to the outside there. Looking around now. Gibson will make it through. He's a class athlete, obviously. It looks like it might be Bunnage will make it through. Gruen's going to get through. Bell's going to have to wait on time, but pretty good times there. So I think they'll get Baisha back a little bit. That surprises me. Then Goff. Dunsmore next through. McMillan will come through next. Then De Bresson and Sostarek. Looks like High Davies next through, but it's an interesting race, that one.
Well, I love the inside pass. I can't believe they let him through. I mean, that's just a sort of racing 101. You don't leave the inside open.
No.
But anyway, he's done his best there to get through, and he's done a really good job in Harry Norman. Hussey looked really comfortable. The two-time mile champ back-to-back. He's not done. He's jogging his way around the corner now. So Matty Hussey just wants to show he's got something left in the legs, but hey, a great night of racing across the board of 100s, 400s, 1500s, everything in between. It was fantastic.
No, it certainly was. And thanks for the calling tonight, Mitch. It's been great up here in the box with you again. I know there's someone in Tasmania analysing every word we say, but we are going to go now to our next presentation. And that is for the Women's Open, 1500 metres. I think it's the 55th running of this event. In third position, collecting the bronze medal, representing the Williamstown Athletic Club in a time of 4:25.57, Lucinda Rourke. Our silver medalist in a time of 4:24.77, representing Melbourne University Athletic Club, Rebecca Green. And our gold medalist, an Open Victorian champion, representing the Mentone Athletic Club in a time of 4:21.33, Claudia Hollingsworth. So congratulations to Lucinda, Becky and Claudia, our medalists in the Victorian Open Women's 1500. So a big thank you to our Victorian officials for a great program tonight, running on time. Also, big thank you to our competing athletes, their coaches and supporters here this evening. We will be back here tomorrow morning, Mitch. It's a long weekend of very good action here at the Victorian State Champs, and we do look forward to some more great racing.
Yeah, a long weekend, but a good weekend. It is important, of course, to note of everybody that is involved, as you mentioned, Tim. So it's a fantastic weekend. Looking forward to the next 2 days. Thank you to all those as well who are watching at home and everybody involved in the weekend. Jeez, I might not be able to sleep tonight. I'll be that excited for tomorrow, Tim. It's going to be fantastic. I can't wait to see your beautiful face in the box as well, joining me for the next 2 days. It's unbelievable.
Actually, I'll see you at Parkrun tomorrow morning, Mitch. It's on.
I think I'll see the back of you, Tim, to be honest. I don't think I'm going to get there.